Christmas. Ben has just arrived also, so Merry Christmas, Ben.
Merry Christmas, Derry.
So how has your day been? Or is it going? I don't even know what time it is where you are.
It is early afternoon, 2 p.m. here in New Jersey, and it's been just a wonderful day. My sister's family, my nephews and niece were over for breakfast and had a nice breakfast and watching the dog show that was being replayed. So that was very cozy and fun.
I want to watch a dog show at Christmas. Like, I really do. That sounds awesome. We did used to have a good one, just called a dog show, and it was sheep herding.
Oh,
it was a competition to herd sheep, and I miss it because it's not on the telly anymore.
Yeah. Is it already beyond Christmas Day for you?
Yeah, it's Boxing Day here. It is 8 o'clock in the morning, and it's not a very nice day. It's cloudy and windy and squally. But in a wonderful piece of news, the tree outside my window it's literally called a New Zealand Christmas tree. Its real name is a Pahutakawa, and it's green. And at this time of the year, the leaves sort of go a silvery color, and their blossoms are white. But when they actually bloom, the flowers are deep red, and it's got its first blossom. And mine is flowering late, because I can see the others on the hillside already red.
Ooh. So, that's delightful.
They're just beautiful. When it properly blossoms, I will take a photo and put it on the various Discords, because they're just the most astonishingly gorgeous trees.
Ooh.
Anyway. Oh, we do have people in the chat. Donald, a whole hour early is a little bit ridiculous, but I am really glad to see you. I'm really pleased you're here. Jeroen's here. Hi, Jeroen. How are you? Edith's Top Bake book. I'm guessing Edith's on TikTok. But I have saved Christmas, apparently. So, yay me! Because mine was kind of rubbish. But that's okay. And who have we got here? Oh. All of the backstage things have changed, and I don't like it. I'm getting old, is what it is. Change is now scary and pleasant.
Yeah. Change has always been scary for me, too. So
yeah. It's like, hang on, I have to learn how to do a new thing. Hey, Jadia. And us is here as well. Oh, look, we've got a full house. Mark's in the house. Hello, Anita. Oh, it's lovely to see you. Actually, I have a question. And because Christmas cards and people I send Christmas cards to, people I don't send Christmas cards to, and how expensive that was this year. This is the last year cards are going anywhere. There were a number of people on the bubble where I wasn't going to send a lot of cards anyway. And then I had to cut back even the ones I was going to send, because I was like, I can't afford to send all of these. You were one of them. But so was our friend Colin, who I haven't heard from in a really long time. Have you?
I know. No. He's gone dark from the booktube sphere for a while, and it's very sad. A lot of my kind of people that came in around the same time as me, like Colin and Theo, have stepped back, and it's been sad. But hopefully we'll get them back soon. Hopefully. But that Realm of the Elderlings buddy read, that lasted so long. It's one of the most the richest experiences of my whole booktube time, and just to be able to dig into every book like that, and it made being able to chat in depth with every book, it made it so memorable too, like to revisit every book, and it just the whole series just lives in my memory so much more strongly than almost anything else, because I've never done that with any other series.
I think this is why people join book clubs, because I don't know enough people in my social circle, local circle, to have a book club. Although I did learn there is one in like the next little bit of population over, particularly of sci-fi fantasy, but it means leaving the house. think this is why people join BookTube. Oh my God.
Merry Christmas, AP.
Is in the house. Oh my God. AP, Merry Christmas, my friend. You would have been within the bubble had I ever got your US address, but I never did. So consider yourself mentally sent a heavily decorated Christmas card because of the few that did go out today were very personalized. So.
Also, someone mentioned I wasn't in the Christmas spirit reading A Betrayal of Winter. I'm already into autumn. I'm already into Autumn War, which also is not the coziest of reads.
Oh, okay. I do actually have that on my books to read this year that are going to make my brain do work. Again, AP in the chat, but yeah. Because I really want to read it. Everybody who reads it is like, this is actually really good.
Yeah, it's really solid epic fantasy that's doing a lot in 4 short books, but I'm finding that it's not exactly what I'm loving these days. Like it's super serious, dramatic, melodramatic in a lot of ways, and it doesn't have a kind of like wittiness or humorous kind of vein to it. And man, I'm finding I really love having some of that in my reads, like with the Vorkoskin saga, Lois and Master Bejeweled. I reread a lot of Dresden this year, did the Devils, Joe Abercrombie. I have been and one of my biggest hits of the last few years has been Dungeon Crawler Carl, and I love having these kinds of mixed tones of super serious and high stakes with some wit and cleverness and little bits of humor thrown in. It's just working for me. So I might have to get into Discworld soon because I know
that would make
I
me
know that's
really happy. But yeah, those moments of levity, they can really make that reading experience so much easier because it's just so heavy sometimes to read the deep and the convoluted and the really serious with big epic consequences, and you're like, oh, this is a lot. Sometimes a random dick joke is just what you need to just lift the mood.
Anita, I am really loving Autumn War. I'm going through it really quickly because I'm definitely hooked in. It's very propulsive, and I'm way more invested than I was in Betrayal in Winter. Similar to where I was with book 1, Shadow in Summer. So awesome. Definitely like it. But I after all of these, like going through some big series, it can be really tough to come down from that. Like I finished up Sun Eater this year, which is a huge series, and reread it, and then did the finale and went through all of Vorkoskin. And man, it's tough when you're so invested in these big series to kind of like just leave those behind and give yourself fully over to something new. I find it's really difficult to do that, but
and that's where some books like Discworld are a really good sort of stepping stone away from them, and that you're still in a really big world and expansive world that is saying something quite important, but it's just so much lighter in tone that you come away and you just, okay, now I can go into something fresh. But I love this for your brother, Geron. This makes me happy because I know that it seems really lowbrow, Dungeon Crawler Carl, like it very. When I first started it, I was like, am I falling for the lowest common denominator marketing here? And no, that has some themes. I was astonished when I read it. I know you were as well.
Yeah.
And so, do we have a date for the 8th book?
I think so. It's being released in print by Grim Oak Press, I think, but I forget when it is. Let me see. But
I know there's another book from him coming early in the year, but it's a standalone.
Do you remember what the title of the new DCC book is?
I don't.
Yeah, he's doing 2 book releases next year, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, is it A Parade of Horribles?
Oh, yes, that's the one. That's the 8th book.
Oh,
But I'm
okay.
very
No, I don't know. I don't know if they have an exact release date,
that's
but
I'm going to check out
Oh, okay.
Standard.
Wait. The hardcover is coming out June 2nd, and the audiobook is May 12th and May 20 or May 26th. Yeah, I think May
Oh,
26th.
it's going to come out before the print.
Yeah, I think the
That's
paperback will come out with the audiobook, maybe. I don't know. They do a weird thing because the paperback is like self-published,
yeah,
and then he also has the audio rights, I think.
yeah, he
And
does.
so
He deliberately,
the
well, that was part of his
yeah,
deal.
the publisher only has the hardcover rights to do a second or
Yeah,
third.
it
So,
was part of
yeah,
the deal because it had done so well through indie, and he promised his indie people that,
yeah.
look, you're still going to get it first. You're going to get these covers, staying with the audio because duh, and yeah.
So
But
we have the next DCC book, which I needed yesterday. I
oh,
am so hyped for that, and we're
12 months.
we're close to being inside the same month as 12 months release.
I am
I've been
beyond excited for the
goodness.
next season. It is ridiculous.
It's been such a long wait for that. I can't reread the series any more times. I need the new I
Well,
need the
I'm
next entry.
seventh reread in preparation. I paused during October and November because I suddenly found myself at book 8. I mean, I'm going through these far
Yeah.
too fast.
Yeah.
I will have too big a gap. So I've come back to them this month, and I've had other things on the obviously Hogfather, and I'm about halfway through Turncoat. So I'm on the really swoopy bit of the roller coaster where I will just binge this now until
Oh yeah, yeah.
done. And yeah, it's whew.
Every time I get to, I don't know actually how many times I've reread Dresden. It's not been as many as you, maybe like 4 or 5 times, but every time I get to Ghost Story, I'm thinking, oh, this one's not going to be as fun or as deep or as rewarding on reread. And then we get to all these flashbacks in Ghost Story, and Butcher is one of the amazing things about the series is how he holds back on Harry's backstory for so many books. Like we get little bits throughout all these books, and then finally in Ghost Story we get some longer flashbacks to some of the really important moments in his life. And like, man, that the way he held back on that, it makes it such a nice, satisfying, slow build of getting to know Harry's backstory, and it's not just all given to you right up front in the first couple books. And man, I had difficulty with
it's so good.
I really did not love, in contrast, like I read book 1 of Ken Liu's new sci-fi series, All That We See Or Seem, and you get everything. Like it's kind of like the protagonist is this kind of orphan, solitary like hacker who's living on her own and trying to kind of do good and help people with her hacking skills, and you just get all of her backstory. Like it's these traumatic aspects of her childhood with her like famous protesting mother, and like you just get it all just given to you right in book 1, and it just
maybe that just means there's a lot of development to come.
Yeah, I don't know. I it just felt like, wow, all this like mystery was just taken out of what's going on with this character and what they're saddled with like so early on. And I just love how Butcher, really drips it out extremely slowly to us.
Oh, he really, really does. I mean, we hear about so many, and with the rereads, it always gets me. And I have to start. I have book journals. I should be doing this. I need to start writing things down, because even in this most recent reread, I'm reading these early books like Grave Peril. Holy crap! The information in Grave Peril and foreshadowing. There is so much in that book that's relevant to later, that we never, ever get any more info on. We get told several times throughout the events of the next few books how important everything was in that thing. We see the repercussions of many of those things. What's going on with Ferrovax? Something's
Yeah,
come along.
yeah,
That dragon, he got a thing at that big to-do,
yeah,
Bianca's
yeah, yeah.
house. That's going to be relevant because he's grumpy and he was at the peace talks. And where was he in Battleground? I have questions.
Yeah.
And that's just the one thing I can remember right now. But there are so many more that he's just kind of gone, oh, here's a bit of not information that kind of suggests there is information, but I'm not giving it to you. We'll come back to it. And he hasn't come back to it.
We have a bunch of more books to go, and he's supposedly making good progress on the next book too right now, so we won't have to wait as long, thank goodness, because I just can't. I just can't do these long waits anymore. I'm trying to. I don't even like starting like new series if I know that there's going to be even a year wait between books. I just want to be able to binge these things and get fully invested in one world at a time and have all those plot details and character details like fresh in my memory when I go into these next books.
Yep, absolutely.
But that's why Dinnerman is so great, because he's so fast. I mean, and it's crazy how fast he's released all the DC books, and they are so carefully plotted with the details and continuity. And I saw in what's that?
No, he's a pizza.
Yes, but in terms of like the way he starts books, at the very least, like I've seen the interview where he said the longest part of any of these books is writing the first chunk, where they're going through like the loot and achievements and rewards from like everything that happened in the previous floors and in previous books.
Yeah,
because he says like that is all of the seeds he's planting for things that have to pay off later, and so just like and then he might not be like big into the long-term planning, but he's incredible at like setting up things in the beginning of these books and then being able to use them later in ways that feel like they're perfectly constructed.
Oh, doesn't it? That's what made me so surprised when he said, "No, I'm a pantser." It was he and Jeff getting donut tattoos, which is on YouTube. To see that, it's kind of great. It's Jeff's first tattoo. What was I going to say? Oh, he was asking, how tightly have you woven all of these things? And he goes, I'm a pantser. I mean, the Anarchist Cookbook in book 3 was an idea from my patrons. That blew my mind so incredibly. I was like, how can this thing that becomes so integral to the story have been thought up by his patrons?
Yeah, thank you, patrons. Thank you, patrons.
Thank you, patrons.
That is the most brilliant plot device that comes up at that point in the series to elevate it going forward.
That's the thing, isn't it? That just lifts it that little bit to bring that greater story really into focus. Oh, just so good. I have chills just thinking about it.
Oh, yeah.
So good. So good. So we've got book 8 of that to come. 12 months, which is 18? I think 18.
Yeah.
And so much to
Have you read or listened to the Law novella?
I have both.
Oh,
read and listened. There was, I can't remember whose channel it was, but there was some live stream feed thing with Jim and James, Jim Butcher, James Masters, and I can't remember who hosted it, but they said, Jim, what made you narrate the Law rather than getting James to do it? And I can't remember his response, except that he ended it but don't worry, James, you'll be doing the next novel. And the relief on he was like, oh, good. Because I did worry.
I love how invested Marsters is in the story and the character, and it's really cool that he's not a narrator that's just doing that for his like whole professional life. He doesn't do other books. Like I love that he gets so just wrapped up in just the Dresden Files. Like he puts his whole heart and soul and effort into that. It's just incredible to have that.
And it works. It just so if they ever do an animated series of Dresden, which I constantly hear is always either bubbling or just fading. Well, bubbling, the concept is out there in the zeitgeist. James has to do Harry's voice.
Yeah.
The uproar would be so enormous.
Yeah, yeah.
If he doesn't voice Harry.
Butcher was a surprisingly good narrator. Like I enjoyed his narration, and
yeah, I thought he was good. At the same time as thinking that's not quite Harry, and then finding myself arguing with myself, going, "Yeah, but of anybody, surely Jim knows Harry better than anybody. This is the right one." And my brain was going, "No." No,
yeah.
Intonation there. That wasn't Harry.
Yeah. Speaking of audiobooks, we're getting a new narration for the Live Ship trilogy.
I heard that, and
That's
I'm a bit
exciting.
to get excited. It's just so I know it's personal and it's subjective. It's just that there are very few people that I encounter who can tolerate the Live Ship's narration, but it's so bad.
I know it's
so bad.
It is the way that so many people will experience the books, and so getting a narrator that will work better for most people is going to be just a huge boon for Hob and for series fans and everything. Yeah,
I hope so. I really, really hope so.
Yeah, well, there's no way it could be worse, though.
Well, that's not on board, Ben. Do not tempt it.
Interestingly, they're doing an updated one for the Farseer one, and I did that one many years ago, but I remember feeling like that was fine by Paul Boehmer. But they're doing I was so impressed though by James Langton with the Tawny Man trilogy. Like that to me just became the definitive voices for Fitz and the Fool and some other characters.
Now that the audios have been available for a while and audiobooks have kind of become, in general, better.
Yeah,
it's no longer.
Yeah, that's true. The production, yeah.
You know, now it's like, no, we're actually going to invest in audiobooks. People are buying them, and it's a big thing. That now the publishers have gone, actually, we have this, marquee series that we maybe should really promote the audios on. So.
Yeah. Oh, I'm excited that I have you to myself right now. I have to ask about Lois McMaster Bujold. So, do you have any history with reading Bujold?
I have not, but I do have it in because I don't know if you book journal. I book journal, and I recently did a flip through of my book journal for next year because I'm properly doing a book journal again next year. And one of my challenges that I'm doing next year is my stairway to 2027, and it's 12 steps to get there, and all of those steps have to be books that are going to be proper reads. Like this is a new world. I have to get my mind around it and, get into it properly. Shards of Honor is one of them.
Yes. So, yes. Derry.
This series. Who's important.
I think this is just a you series. Like this series screams to me Derry series. Like the character work is so rich and nuanced and deep. The world feels so lived in. It's not like a crazy complex, world building situation. And each book typically just kind of spends its time in one planet or location or space station, and it doesn't overwhelm you with world building. And it's kind of like it doesn't go too crazy with this future galaxy, and so it feels like there's some sci-fi tech that it's pretty easy to grasp what everything does, and there's so it's not just like one of these really crazy world building series. It's mostly focused on rich, deep character work and madcap plots. And as you get into and you love big series, you love these long.
I do. When I get a world in my head, I want to live there for a while.
And by the time you get to some of the middle books of the series and the late ones, the attachments you feel to everything that's going on, the long-term character arcs and relationships, the plots kind of like deepen a little bit. Like by the time you get to Memory, man, the slow build of the series is just a wonder to behold. And you get some of these
really
chunkier books too that have humongous payoffs. And man, I just couldn't imagine a more dairy series than so I am so,
it's got my
so pumped for you to get into this. And I like to do my reads kind of hybrid. Like I like to kind of have the print book in my hand, maybe read immersively with the audio going at the same time. So I basically always like get exposed to the audio narrator for any book or series I'm doing. And I really like Grover Gardner, who does this.
Nice. I know that, Grover Gardner. Did he do a Stephen King?
Oh yeah, The Stand.
Then yes, I know Grover Gardner, and I think he's great.
He is. I listened to a whole long interview with him and got his like philosophy of audio narrating, and I just really like his approach because he doesn't go crazy with like doing dramatic different voices.
No,
but it's more like his thing is to just have complete like nuanced understanding of the emotions of the scene and the dialogue, and to just like completely get immersed in the text. And I tend to like that approach more when like narrators, they don't go crazy with the voices. That to me can become unimmersive and feel cheesy, like when they're changing their voice so much. But few narrators can do that and still keep me fully immersed. Like Jeff Hayes is one of them. Like he's just a wizard.
And it's a question of skill. You know, that's lifting it almost into a different experience again.
Yeah.
And Grover Gardner does the opposite thing, where he's like, I'm not going to project myself into your experience. I'm just going to let you have this experience. And there's that sort of middle ground where narrators get in the way.
Yeah.
And I don't quite know how Jeff has managed to kind of, supersede that and go, no, I'm just going to rule the world of this book.
Yeah.
You will never read this book without my voice in your head again. But
it's incredible what he does. And I've tried his company, Sound Booth Theater, has released these like audio drama versions of book one, and they've done book two recently, and I've tried to listen to those. I actually listened to a bunch of chapters from both of them, and I just don't love it. Like I don't love hearing these different. I don't love hearing different voices come in for Jeff Hayes does some of the same characters like Carl and Donut, but like a different voice for Cascadia and Katya, and like I don't know, something is just, I don't need all these different voices. Like Hayes is incredible on his own, like, and that's how I've experienced it multiple times already. And the audio drama is actually adding like little effects and things. Like that doesn't actually,
and footsteps. And
I don't know, that keeps me less immersed actually hearing all these different effects and things. I
have listened to. I've got the first one on, sitting there waiting for budget, basically. But I've been watching, and I don't know if it's Sound Booth or a different account associated with Sound Booth, but he does a live stream almost every day.
Yeah.
He's doing the directed cast recordings for these.
Yeah.
And those are fantastic. Those are just simply glorious fun, because you hear so many different versions of these other actors, and sometimes they are cracking each other up much.
I've watched a lot of that. I love seeing his direction. Like he has such an incredible command of these characters and the story. Like he knows exactly what's like would work and what's not working, and just to see him direct these talented voice actors is a lot of fun. The thing is, they could be the most amazing voice actors. I still don't need extra voices for the series. Like it's just
I'm enjoying the directed sessions. I think more for the interaction between these talented people, because I'm not drawn to wanting to listen to the finished product.
Yeah.
I love Jeff doing it so much, but I really get it. I watched one where somebody in the chat asked him, how tempting is it to get them to try and do it more like how you do it? And he goes, well, that's not the point. If we wanted it to be done like me, I would just do it. So the point is to get somebody else to do it and bring different energy. I just try to make sure that it stays coherent in the whole thing. And I thought, well, that's great and all, but if it ain't broke, It's like,
It is fun because I imagine there is a whole kind of market for the full cast audio dramas who love the extra sound effects, and it's a chance for his company to do something that could have a big audience and him to involve other people, and so it's a cool project. It's just not for me personally, and I'm happy if they find a big audience for it. But
I love the fact that I can watch those directed sessions and find new audio narrators, because some of them I've been like, oh, I like what that person's doing. And to then go and look and see, well, what else have they done?
Because I should do that. Yeah.
And I like that. And I think too, it's the success of DCC hopefully is going to piggyback onto Sound Booth Theatre, because what they're doing is just so amazingly good. Because if they can get enough backing, support, acknowledgement, I don't know what it is they need to sort of give them some gravitas in the audiobook world. We need more of it, because Amazon and
counterweight to Audible,
grip on it, so
so we're desperate. We're desperate as the reading public for more counterweights to Audible and Amazon. So it's fantastic. And
options. We
but
don't want to be locked in. And
I love seeing the performances, like in those directed sessions, like seeing how they act. Like there's so much that they do with facial expressions, with moving, and just like there's all this extra acting that is going into the voice performing that we don't get to see usually when we're just listening. But it's a lot of fun to see how it's done, and that like to see like how Jeff Hayes, like I remember he was recording a bit. He was recording a bit for book 7. What's that?
He gets his whole body into position for donut, like his posture. It's wonderful.
Like there was this character, this one of the generals in book 7 was like smoking a cigar in the scene. And he took like a big Sharpie marker and was like, using that to stand in for a cigar, and it totally did change his intonation, or like the sounds. Like it was so cool to just see little stuff like that behind the scenes.
It really is. It was funny. He must have been quite a recent one. It opened and he was just kind of in the middle of a vape puff, and he goes up and he in Quasar's voice. He's like, "I just having a Quasar moment." Here. And it was just so perfect. But you're right, when you see them and they're so expressive. I mean, I'm doing it, but I'm not an actor.
Yeah.
But there are people when they talk and their whole bodies go, and it changes how they talk. That movement gives the voice difference. So to watch them do it is just fabulous. When it's somebody like Samantha or Donut, somebody really, larger than life, to watch these actors, because they are actors, really getting into it. It's such a joy. Such a joy.
And it's incredible just how nuanced it is. Like the effect of emphasizing one word or syllable compared to another can change the whole tenor of the sentence. And man, it's
they give it, are they giving it full voice, or are they kind of keeping it in, or so many different ways. And they'll, especially when they give it to you all in a row, you get like 7 or 8 versions within a couple of minutes, and you're like, wow, that really does change how that scene feels. It's kind of mind-boggling. Not least you see them jump between characters mid-sentence. That's crazy.
That is crazy, and I would never be able to do that as someone untrained or unpracticed in this. But like it being in fantasy or science fiction narrating too, like that's a whole nother level of difficulty with dealing with all of these names and unique world building terms, and seeing how they check the pronunciation or how Jeff Hayes corrects them, and and usually they can nail it on the very next one after they get direction on something, and to see them not like stumble over even just like regular words, like man, the skill involved is unbelievable. And I see it. Someone mentioned they're getting Worlds of Light and Shadow audiobook. That's exciting. I have been wanting to get into the series for a long time, but knowing that most of them don't have audiobooks has prevented me, since I know I'm just not going to be able to get through the series without those audiobooks. And so seeing that the publisher is doing the first few, that gets me excited. Like, ooh, maybe they're going to keep it going. So I'm gonna grab them to support them and to try to hope that they continue to do all of them, because I really would love to get into that series.
Yeah, and I will eventually, because I mean Jenny's amazing. Why wouldn't I? But this month was the first month in literal years where my Audible credit has come through and I haven't immediately got something off my wish list. I'm like, nope, this credit is, and I sat on it for about 2 weeks, which just never happens. Never happens. I always have a book I want to buy on Audible. I've pre-ordered 12 months with it.
Yeah.
But then I don't know what my next credit will be. And here's a quick tip, people. If you're on an Audible membership, cancel it. And they'll go, oh, why? Tell them you're poor. And the computer will come back and go, how about every second month? Do that.
Every second month?
I pay every second month, and every second month I get a credit.
Oh,
and I still
didn't even
the perks of being an Audible member.
Oh, so you just do every other month? I didn't even realize that was possible.
I didn't either until I tried that about a year ago. And I keep thinking, I must tell people to try that. Seriously, just go, sorry, Amazon, can't afford it. And they go, oh, we don't want to lose you. And they'll offer you options. So do that. That's what I do.
Are you planning to do the Jeff Hayes audiobook of the Dinniman standalone Operation Bounce House? Yeah.
Oh,
I am, yeah.
At this point, anything Jeff Hayes does, I'm going to, fire a credit to, because hello.
I was very surprised. I went back to some of his earlier books, and it just, the magic wasn't there for me with him doing some of the other authors. Like I tried out a couple other lit RPG, and it just, the writing themselves. Yeah. The writing was just not like Dinniman's. Yeah. And even with Kaiju Battlefield Surgeon, I actually don't know if that was Jeff Hayes or not. I think that,
I don't remember. No, I haven't listened to that one yet. I haven't read that.
But that book was just a little overall pretty disappointing. I was just coming off of DCC and just wanting more of that, and it was much darker, much less humorous. It was. I didn't love being trapped in this virtual reality video game, and it was maybe more horror filled and grotesque than I was wanting to. But I found that like Hayes really upped his game with DCC. Like he wasn't as bombastic with like a couple of the other authors that I tried him with, and like I don't know, it's the perfect marriage of narrator and author and series. Yeah.
We know it does. We saw it with James and Jim.
Yep.
Sometimes that it just is the right match, and those are the ones that just add something to the story. I literally could not have got into the Dresden series the first time without James Masters. I tried for years. Couldn't do it. But James gave me the distance I needed for Harry's inside voice and outside voice.
Yeah.
And that made all the difference. But I can't imagine.
And Marsters can be like really kind of boisterous or energetic with some of the side character voices, like Toot Toot, but like for most of the time with Harry and especially with his internal monologue, it's pretty toned down. He can be really quiet, and it's just nuanced and subtle, and it just evinces this extreme level of emotional understanding by Marsters.
And watching somebody on YouTube react to Buffy, and as I was Buffy's target audience. It's very dear to my heart. And I have always loved Spike because and watching this through a younger person's eyes is really odd, because she hated Spike to start. Like she was like, I cannot stand this person. Get rid of this person. All of the old people in the comments are like, just wait. Just wait. He will grow on you. And, you can see the comments between us in the chat going, she'll warm up to him, right? I mean, this isn't just an age thing, is it? This isn't just a Generation X thing, is it? We were all quite worried because it's like but as the series have gone on, and I'm watching her react to it, and I'm thinking, no, it's James Masters. He's able to give this really deeply flawed character something that you can connect to and you can relate to and you feel sorry for him. And he's done that with Harry, in that you've got this terribly perverted person who you finally realize he actually isn't. He's fighting that instinct all the time. And James Masters is able to show that somehow in his voice, that restraint, that's not okay, that you don't get when you're just reading.
Yeah.
And it's a nuanced thing that he gave Spike so early in his career that clearly is part of his techniques or abilities as an actor that not everybody has. And it just works.
I gotta watch Buffy. I should have tried it when it was around on TV when I was watching a lot of TV when I was younger, and I'd never got into it. But I can go back. And
you should totally go back. The early seasons are just funny because they're so a product of their time.
Yeah.
Like, it's a little bit cringe. The stories do get deeper and the acting does get better and the effects get a lot better. And we're lucky it was created when it was created and it had time to find itself and grow into this fantastic world. But Spike was always brilliant and just such a fan. And yet Spike is kind of amazing. Hey, Ryan. Yes, there you go, Joe. Buffy has some just wonderful storytelling. The episode with the gentleman is one of the creepiest. You have seen Doctor Who's episode Blink. Yes? No?
Never watched any Doctor Who. I'm woefully just
okay.
underwatched in TV shows.
You can watch as a standalone. Okay? Doctor Who, the episode Blink. You can watch it with no context of anything else. There's no story before or after. It's a little standalone episode. I mean, there is after, but like seasons later, that doesn't really connect. But fantastic episode with something just so profoundly scary that they introduced in that episode an incredible monster for later Doctor Who to play off. In the same way that the Daleks, people know what Daleks are, even if they haven't watched Doctor Who. They're the weird little pepper pot things that, just run up some stairs, you'll be fine. No, they're actually scary. You have to watch Doctor Who to find out why. And they did that with Blink, and they were the first new antagonist people that the new Who creators created. And they are magnificent. Like, oh my God. Watch Blink. The Gentleman that Tarnal references is an episode with the same creep factor of just, I don't like this.
What's the premise of Doctor Who? I almost know nothing about it. I know it's about time traveling. Is that right? I literally know nothing about it.
Doctor Who is one of the most British TV shows you could possibly imagine. And anything you've heard about Doctor Who is true. And so is its opposite in the same episode. So if you've heard it's ridiculous and slapstick and just stupid, it can be. It can also be incredibly profound and incredibly well written and really dramatic in the same episode sometimes. Sometimes the joke of the episode is that this creature farts. Sometimes you're scared shitless to ever go anywhere outside again. And you never know, episode to episode, what you're going to get. And it's just very British. The TARDIS is time and relevant and relative dimensions in space. So it's time and space travel. So we can go anywhere in the entire universe at any point of time. So classic Who visited cavemen. New Who, we see the ending of the universe.
What's like the reasoning or the purpose behind the travel? Do they have certain goals? Does the Doctor have certain?
No.
They trying to accomplish something? No.
He just gets in the TARDIS and goes, "Let's go somewhere."
Oh.
And then they go somewhere. Sometimes
how do they
funny.
choose? How do they choose where to go? Is it random?
Sometimes. Oh. Not always. This is what I say. When I say it's such a difficult program to sell to somebody who doesn't already know what it is, because it doesn't conform to any kind of standard format. It doesn't have always a beginning, middle, and end. Sometimes you'll get an episode that you're like, what is this episode even for? 2 seasons later, with a completely different actor playing the Doctor, that episode is now relevant.
Ooh.
Because something happened in it that is now relevant to that story. It's kind of awesome.
Oh wow, that honestly, it sounds right up my alley, and I should check it out, because I sometimes crave just watching something that I don't have to exert as much mental energy as I do when reading.
Yeah, I mean, in one episode of Doctor Who, you've got a werewolf wants to bite Queen Victoria, and has there are other visions. There was a whole set of memes in Britain when William and Kate were expecting their first baby, and Whovians were the only people who got it, because the meme was, most people are wanting to know if it's going to be a boy or a girl, and then the picture was of a wolf cub. We need to know it's human, because of this episode with werewolves. And it's such a niche little fandom that somehow is also enormous.
Yeah. Oh, I gotta give it a go. Would you say to start at the beginning with it, like, or
you don't need to have seen early Who? They will reference it occasionally, but it's not hugely important because of the break.
So is it two major sets of episodes?
Classic Who ran pretty much consistently from the late 60s through to the mid 80s. And then there was kind of nothing. There was a movie that was made for an American audience that the Eighth Doctor, that was the only thing he was in. And then we got the reboot in the 2000s with Christopher Eccleston in the first season. And it was glorious. It was wonderful. It was marvelous, just fantastic. And he only stayed for 1 season, because despite the fact he's British, he's Northern, he wasn't quite on board with what Doctor Who is. And so to everybody's mutual, it's all okay, nobody's angry with anyone, it just isn't the right fit. They went with David Tennant, who lifted it into something awesome for modern audiences. But for David Tennant, you need to have seen Christopher Eccleston.
Okay, so at least start at the beginning of the second reboot. Okay, yeah.
So when Christopher Eccleston takes over, and that's season 1, they call it, and I can't think what the first one's called. Rose. The first one's called Rose. And then you just go from there, and you'll be fine. Once you're in, you're in. And
all right, I'm gonna give it a go.
It's amazing.
Yeah, you're selling me on this, and I want to be sold on one other British thing, which is Discworld, because I, bunch of years ago, tried to get into Discworld with Mort, and I liked it. It was okay, but it didn't grab me to the point of like reading sometimes just felt like I had to force myself to get through it. Like it didn't take over my life like I usually want it.
I've talked about this on my channel. Discworld is a playground for Terry Pratchett for a number of years before he really figured out how he could use it to tell real stories. And Mort was right at the beginning of him figuring that out. The first few, and here's the thing, the first few aren't bad. The first few are good books. They're funny. They do the things, but they're not Discworld, how Discworld becomes, which is why, as a huge Discworld fan, I generally don't tell people to start there, because they're not what people are raving about when we talk about Discworld. So if you go in there expecting what people are raving about, you go, I don't get it. Yeah. So I tend to go, don't read those until later. Read those later. And then you can see where it started.
Mm.
And you can be like, oh, I see how they got here from there. Yeah, okay. So from there, it's like, okay, I need to know the person a little bit better. And so I can give them an entry point that I think they'll enjoy. And I try and do that with one of what I call the S tiers, because there are a few S tier books that almost everybody just loves.
Ooh, which ones are the S tier ones?
As starting points, because some of them are kind of interwoven with other things. Starting book, Guards. Obviously, Alan, huge fan of starting at Guards. Great place to start. Vimes is a fabulous character. The City Watch are fabulous characters. Very early still in the series in general, so it's quite a small story. I like to suggest Weird Sisters. Again, starts quite early in the series, quite a small story, and it grows. And that is very much a riff on Macbeth, beginning with the three witches around a cauldron. I love it. It consistently makes me belly laugh when I revisit. Great story. I don't usually say for anyone to start with Mort, which is the first of the Death books. If you're going to read a Death book, now is a good time, because Hogfather is in the Death series and is an S tier and is Christmas themed all the way through. It's literally the Discworld Christmas story. And then there's much, much later one that I adore. And I'm so happy because Pete, Ponderings of Pete, started where I wanted him to, with Going Postal. Ooh. And I love Going Postal. There are 41 Discworld books, which is terrifying. I know, don't panic. You don't have to read them in order. The only one there's any rules for is the very last one. And you have to read that last.
Which one?
The very last one. The Shepherd's Crown. But Going Postal is like the 30 something, like it's quite late in the Discworld verse. And yet the characters in it are so brilliant.
Oh, I might need to do that one next. Like I would love for my next one to really get me excited to continue, because I was definitely underwhelmed with my more experience, and I've been meaning to continue for years, but just haven't felt that real push to get back in. And I didn't hate Mort. It wasn't doing what I was hoping a Discworld book would do for me. But because it's early. For me, would you say Going Postal, Guards, Small Gods? I think Tharnell recommended.
Can go either way. There are people who either really, really love it, or it's me. I don't know anyone who dislikes it. It tends to be people who really vibe with, we're going to have a look at religion, and we might poke fun of it, and we might treat it with respect, and we might be doing both at the same time. So it kind of depends where you sit with that, with religion. I'm
okay with that. I loved reading Vonnegut when I was like in my college days, and his book Cat's Cradle is a big kind of satire poking at religion, and I wish I would have gotten into Discworld earlier, I think, but
it's one of the few genuine standalones. And I call all of them standalones to some degree, because they all have a unique plot. None of them are attempting to get to a 41-book epic conclusion. No, they're all standalone books with a standalone story. It's just that they happen consecutively. So in different parts of the disc. A bit like Jack Ryan novels or Reacher. You kind of don't need to read them all in order. They're just going to.
And Going Postal, is that the first one with the Moist von Lipwig character? Oh yeah. And Gruffé loves Going Postal. The thing that I'm hesitant, if Going Postal is like peak Discworld, then I feel like it'd be nice to save that and not do it first. But then again, I think doing something that would get me most excited about Pratchett.
That's where I kind of sit. I want someone to start with one of the examples of peak Discworld, and then go, okay, I know what this world is capable of giving me, and I just want to see more of it. And it is so rare. Once you've seen an S tier Discworld, it is so rare that anything after that in the series can really let you down. Because you're like, no, I know where this lives in the world. Yeah, this is fun. And you find there's so much variance in what you can find in a book. I still find new jokes in these books because Terry Pratchett plays with words. He has fun with words, and you can feel it when you read it. You know that he was cackling at his typewriter or computer, word processor, whatever it was he used at the time, because he was a tinkerer, like he built his own computer. Awesome guy. And I just know there were days where he was sat at his computer just making himself laugh because this was just so funny, knowing that most people weren't even going to notice that joke. And sometimes I don't, for multiple reads. And then I'll look at it one day and my brain will go, oh my God, that's amazing. Because he's just twisted slightly through a pun or a homonym. It's just,
I mean, this is a great sell for me right now. I feel like I'm gravitating towards writing that is more filled with really intentional bits of cleverness and wit and not just, this invisible vehicle for, getting across the plot. I feel like when I first got back into fantasy as an adult with Sanderson, like that was, I had been reading a lot of literary fiction and before that. And I think it was the perfect kind of antidote to get me back excited about getting into stories again. But I'm finding myself getting kind of
layers.
Yeah. Like with Guy Gabriel Kay and Hobb and Bujold, like these authors have kind of just rewired my preferences over the last couple of years. And like I love more subtext now and implication. I don't need everything spelled out that's going on in these characters, emotional or lives and psychologies. And I'm feeling a lot of recent fantasy. I just get this feel of all these characters are extremely psychologically aware in a way that feels very modern, like 2020s.
Yeah.
And it makes sense, but that might be what a lot of people are actually looking for. But but I don't know. I'm gravitating now towards older things. Like I got into Memory, Sorrow, and Thorn by Ted Williams last year, and that was really working for me in a way that a lot of the more modern fantasy has not.
There's a subtlety to it where you're expected to have to look deeper and do the hard work for yourself. Yeah. And Terry Pratchett is layered in that way, in that if somebody perhaps isn't well educated or is relatively new to reading or just a young reader, they're going to read a funny story. Mm-hmm. And the older you get, the more when you read this funny story, you realize, actually, this is a look at gender politics. And then you read it again a little bit later and you go, actually, this is about gender politics and societal prejudices around race. And then you read it a bit different. And you're like, actually, this is a political insight into how communities develop. And you're just like, what? How? What? This is the same story.
Wow. When you reread, did you ever do it differently, like in print or by audio? Like, did you ever do the audios for this?
I have so many different versions of Pratchett. It's ridiculous. I have something like 5 different versions of Guards. I've got BBC audio dramas. I've got radio plays. I've got different narrators doing them because they've recently been re-recorded with new narration. They're really good, the new narrations. I do like them, but my heart belongs to the old ones. The print, they have a wonderful, beautiful range of hardcovers that are the same price as a trade paperback.
Wow, yeah, those are so nice. Yeah.
They're all individually foiled for the story.
Oh, they're so nice. Beautiful they're so quality. Nice. That's so much better than I have some Discworld ones that are like the tall, skinny MMPDs, and I hate those. Like, they're so unpleasant to read. Like, there's not that much text on every page. My hands are getting in the way of the text. Like,
editions of these books, you can find one that suits you.
They're releasing a whole new set of them. If I can find it in like small, kind of like trade paperbacks in the. Oh, I have a couple of hardbacks that I just got, actually. Night Watch and Monstrous Regiment.
Well, Monstrous Regiment is a standalone. You could read that one, no problem. Now it's very much a found family, military fantasy. That one has a lot of gender politics. That one has some political stuff. That one has some religious stuff. It works as a standalone. That's in my sort of mid tier. So feel free to get into that one. That's a good one.
Do you have any in the 40 plus that are like a clear lowest tier, like ones that were just duds for you personally?
Yes. The first few, not great. But they are what they are. They kind of get a pass.
That's Color Magic, Light Fantastic, and anything else, or?
Pyramids is dubious. Pyramids is not universally loved. Pyramids is a story. And then it pretty much comes down to personal preference, because they are so varied in terms of what the main subject is, which the characters are, because there's always something in them that's worth having a look at. Some of them are very of the moment or are taking the piss out of something very specific. So if you don't have that specific piece of knowledge, a lot of the jokes won't land. But there's enough in there that they'll still be good. They just won't be the same level of awesome as someone who has got that knowledge. So soul music is a good example of that. That's very much about music and rock music of the 60s, 70s, and touching into the 80s. So if you haven't got a big musical knowledge of the era, a lot of those jokes don't land. Some of them are just incredible. There's a dwarf in it called Glod. And band members of a rock band go and steal something, get stopped by a cop, and the cop is like, "What are you doing?" "We're on a mission from Glod." So those are the kind of things that, okay, if you've never seen the Blues Brothers, that doesn't land, because it just doesn't. It's just a weird sentence. If you have seen the Blues Brothers, that's hilarious, because it matches the context. And that's the sort of thing he's really good at. Moving Pictures is another one. That one's very much an homage to classic movies, to, black and white movies coming into talkies, to really clunky sets that you can see someone behind, the birth of cinema, pretty much. The wizards inventing banged grains, because if you put these grains in really intense heat, they explode, and they're really yummy. They don't taste of anything, though. If you put butter and salt on them, it tastes of butter and salt. Banged grains, great. Everybody loves it. So, exact. So, Good Boy Laddie, dog movies, Lassie. So there's
knowing my taste, would you say Going Postal would be the best spot Going Postal. I think jump back in? Yeah,
it's a pretty safe bet for me to say to you to go into Going Postal. I would also suggest, because we're all readers, and it's one I always forget, because I don't know, it just feels like one of the anchor books for me. It's like, no, this is one of the solid entries. Is The Truth, and it's a standalone, but it's a standalone based in the main city. So you encounter people in that book that you encounter in lots of other books as well. So it's a standalone with lots of little feelers that kind of stick into other books. Like one of those little bits that you get caught on your clothes when you go for a walk. And it's literally about the birth of newspapers in the city. And it's called The Truth. I had read this maybe 6 or 7 times when somebody said, okay, so the guy who brings this to Ankh-Morpork, the city, is a dwarf called Good Mountain. Right? That's his family name, Good Mountain. What's Good Mountain in German, Ben? Gutenberg.
Guten.
I was like, are you fucking kidding me? Terry, you genius. Like, what the hell?
Yeah.
Has brought a printing press into the city and you have literally called him Gutenberg. What the hell? That's the level of the things you can pick up or miss completely until someone else points it out, or you watch something just before that had some German in it, and so you've got German on the brain. You then read it and you go, wait a minute. That is the level of joy I find in Discworld.
Yeah.
It's like finding treasure.
Yeah. I think I gotta give it another go, because that is sounding more what I'm wanting out of my reads these days. And speaking of other things that you could sell me on, I know Valdemar is one of your big series as well.
Nice.
And it would you think that would be a hit for me?
It's not a deep read in terms of having layers. It's a comfort read. It's a nice read. This is I don't really want to think. I want a happy ending. I don't want morally grey. This is my good guy, this is my bad guy. Yes, there'll be hardships along the way. They'll overcome them because they're the good guys. That's kind of what Valdemar is. That's the opposite of Grimdark. Valdemar is very, very old school. This is a nice story that's saying be good, be kind, power of love, all of the things that is sort of are comforting. That we have this country that's actually really nice and allows multiple religions, and this is a progressive country, and when they find injustice they try and fix it, and it's a very comforting thing to read sometimes, because the world is not that.
That sounds delightful for wanting something more escapist and comforting. Like, I'm doing Long Press Quartet right now, and it sounds basically just like the opposite of that, where there's just it feels like full of the type of political and cultural and historical complexity that we have in our real world, where like the nation where we're based, kind of, you see all of these toxic cultural traditions and institutions, and then there's this foreign Western power that's a threat, and it seems like they're not just evil and bad, and there's this conflict brewing, which feels like maybe no one's right or no one's wrong, and it's extremely resonant with the real world. But I don't always want that. I don't always want that out of my reading. Like, I tend to really love escaping these days in particular, and transcending the real world, and finding something more heroic or good. And
Valdemar is that. And I'm a depressed person, and I like Hob for the sense of hope that it gives you. Valdemar is more a sense of recognizing that we value these things, that truth and honest and trust and justice and are worth fighting for. And Joe, you're exactly right. It's one of the earliest series that had really good LGBTQ representation. And so much so, Mercedes Lackey is a huge voice in the rainbow community. She's incredibly well loved. She was one of the first authors that had a gay main character in one of her trilogies, which was the first one I picked up. Loved, absolutely loved. Her storytelling is very cohesive. And I have read an interview with her where she said she's always known exactly the timeline. She knows the history of this world. And so it's easy for her to write a story here that references things that happen here, that are based on things that happened here, even though you don't get those stories until maybe 20 years later, when she writes the things that happened just before this.
Is this still going?
So you can read all of the bits out of order, because they were all written out of order. And the consistency she's able to achieve in the world is remarkable. Like, I don't think I've ever picked up on anything that's jarring. in terms of the timeline and world building.
Wow, that sounds just like Lois Bujold and Vorkosigan, who wrote it out of chronological order, but you never picked up on any jarring break in continuity or the characters feeling not like exactly what they're supposed to feel like in that moment in time. And so that, I mean, that would, is she still going? Is the series?
It's still going. I'm
running?
actually book. It's the last one's been written. A few of them she's written with her husband, Larry Dixon, who also is an author. He writes more science fiction, but both of them run, or used to run, I don't know if they still do, a bird sanctuary for birds, for large birds, for like eagles and hawks, for raptors. And they're very into ecological things. And the co-written books the two of them have written have griffins as the main characters. So good. So good.
I know you did a big video on the series, so I got to go back to that. But is there like a clear starting point?
Not really. I would probably, of going chronological or publication, go publication, because she did start them a long time ago. So as an author, she's just come a long way. They're just there's an increase in skill, but the story is as strong. So it just makes sense for me to start with perhaps the lowest writing skill and come up to date to where the writing is just really, really good. But her what's the word? Her bad guys are very bad guys. We've got this wonderful utopic kind of cultural oasis land that we're living in and trying to make perfect, and the enemies are very much enemies. These are people who live in a very controlled regime state that doesn't allow freedoms. So it makes it really easy to see reasons for conflict and good guys, bad. It's really lovely. I really like it. I mean, us has just read Arrows of the Queen, and that was a big grin in there. So I'm hoping that was enjoyed. Joe, again, that interconnected history was so cool. Maybe I can blame Lackey for my love of long series. Yeah, and that interconnected nature. Here's the thing. There are more books in the Valdemar world than there are Discworld.
Wow.
There are, I can't remember now off the top of my head how many books there are in the Central series, but there are anthologies that come out just of Valdemar short stories written by other authors, but almost every anthology also has one from Mercedes Lackey. And when I say other authors, I mean people, big name people. I'm pretty sure Bujold has one. It would be hard to find a name in fantasy that hasn't written at least one Valdemar short story. That's kind of crazy. And they all work in terms of the greater series, because she references so many things in the series, like you do if you've got a world with history, like George R. R. Martin. He references legends and myths and songs and regional bits of lore. So does she. And so other authors can go, I'm going to write a short story about the inspiration for that song. And it works. It's kind of crazy. But I love them because they're nice. And so much in fantasy is just hard and unpleasant and grim. And sometimes I just want a happy ending.
Yeah. So, I'm right with you there.
Hey, I'm going to guess Carlos, because it's actually it's not that late in Ireland. So it could be Yolanda too. Merry Christmas to both of you. Mwah.
Merry Christmas, Carlos and Yolanda.
Because, why not? I hope you're loving your new house. I love that you're in a new house that you own, and that you can put as many holes in the walls as you like, hanging up Christmas decorations. Because that's the fear when you rent. You're like, I can't do anything. So,
Yeah, their new place looked just amazing with all their books.
Oh, how amazing must that feel, though, to be able to finally go, I can do what I want. Yes, you have to pay for the new roof, but, swings and roundabouts. We do need more happy endings and more dark noughts. We do. And that's a wonderful thing in the Valdemar world, is that we do have a big bad. And that big bad takes a while to develop in the story, but they're there in the backgrounds of all of the things, which I like. It's kind of awesome. More happy endings for Dark Lords. No. They've tempted you with the cookies. Move away from the dark side, Shadia. Move away. But it's just wonderful. It's she does wonderful things with other creatures. Like, we're fantasy readers. We're used to dragons and griffins and other creatures. She has some of the most imaginative. She has a race of people called the Hurtasi, who are lizard people, who literally will go into pseudo hibernation in winter. They don't cope well with the cold. She has a race of beings that look like deer, but are highly intelligent and can use telepathy. She has.
This is a great sell. This is a great sell for me. I love creativity with different types of beings in fantasy, because there should be no boundaries on this sort of stuff. But a lot of times it's just like humans in these worlds, like and there's not much else maybe besides our normal kinds of animal life, or not even in some of these.
It's remarkable how, and this is the thing. Some of her trilogies in it are just people. It's just people being people, doing people things. Then she'll have a series that's mostly people, but we'll have a couple of like single entities of different species. But it tells you that there are different species who live in communities that have structure, that have society, that have their own legends. And it's just incredibly well done, because she brings in people from other cultures than our central utopia kingdom, and kind of goes, this is how the rest of the world sees this place. They're weird. Those people are weird. Or if they're the enemy, those people are devils. We get the propaganda spin from within wherever we are in the world of what their rulership needs them to think of this weird country. It's just so well done.
I love getting excited about a backlist series like this, because I also have a bunch of used bookstores within driving distance, and I'll have this. I love having this big series to kind of hunt through the shelves and find sets for myself. And
for Valdemar to start with, and I do recommend really to go publication with Valdemar, you want to start with the one that's called, and marvelously, a lot of these are available new in omnibus form from Amazon. The first trilogy is the Heralds of Valdemar, but I call it the Arrows trilogy. All of the titles have arrows in the title. So it's Arrows of the Queen, Arrows Flight, Arrows Fall. And then I started with the next trilogy that she wrote, which was The Last Herald Mage. And that's the Magic's one for me, because it's Magic's Promise. Magic's Pawn, Magic's Promise, Magic's Price. And those are really good places in terms of, this is her world, these are her characters. There are, in the first trilogy, as background characters, we have same-sex couples. In the second trilogy, the main character is a gay character. And at no point is she waving a big rainbow flag going, look, I have a gay main character. No.
Yeah. I love when diverse representation is just kind of built into these worlds, and they're kind of just the facts of life. And I love also living in those types of places, whether it's in fantasy or future sci-fi worlds, where like in the Malazan world, that's it's one of those things. It's just, it doesn't call attention to itself, because in the world it's so normal for there to be just diversity of all types, and same with the Expanse world and society. And I love that in my fantasy and sci-fi, because it's one of those nice bits of escapism from our current world of and so that sounds delightful.
This is the world we live in, and people who love other things exist in our world, and it's not a big deal. And this is why she is beloved in the rainbow community, because she accepted that, no, our world includes same-sex couples, and it includes polyamorous couples. It includes really diverse ways of being loved, and she's just included it in her world, and I love that so much. At the same time, there's also just some really strong friendships that are just friendships, and that's as powerful. So yeah, I will always sing praises about them because it's comforting and it's nice and it has all these lovely things. But
this
it's not
is the kind of thing I'm also just seeking something that doesn't have that 2000s sensibility and the modern voice that just feels it like I've been reading so many recent things that just
self-awareness of it is just
the psychological awareness like Blood Over Brighthaven by M.L. Wong was this way, where I just and that Ken Liu book I mentioned, All That We See or Seem, is just all these characters are you're spending so much time with, inside their heads where they're having all of these extremely modern style reflections and awareness of everything. And I don't know, I'm just getting a little bit tired out of that. And so absolutely. going back into something from a few decades ago sounds perfect.
I mean, it's comforting for me because I was so much younger when I started reading them. But Joe did make a good point that it can get repetitive, Valdemar, and so maybe you don't want to read all of them. My response to that is, by all means, read them all, but read them with gaps. Just read them with gaps, because all of them do bring something to the longer story, because it is all on one timeline. And this is a series that's going to a point. And yes, you're getting them out of order, but it makes sense. Because it just does. Because she knew where she was going with it eventually. And so you're getting all the information you need by the time you get there. And the most recent series is based after that. In fact, the last two trilogies are based after that massive conclusion. And I loved them.
Ooh.
A couple of years ago, the first trilogy to come out after that big epic conclusion is based way back at almost the beginning of the timeline. And it's almost one of my favorite trilogies. And it just, because it answered so many questions that I had that I just, but we had all the answers because it's part of the history of the land. It's like the foundation story of the land. Yeah. We know the foundation story of the land. We've had it in every trilogy. But to get it, I was
delightful. There's nothing like these long series, like these huge, big, expansive series. Like they just offer something that a short trilogy just can't. And I've read some shorter series recently where I feel like they would have benefited from just getting more space to build things out and get into the history and the lore and build out little corners of the world a little bit more three-dimensionally, or the characters and side characters. And so I love the long series. I love that when you vibe with a certain author's voice and style, there almost can't be too much of it.
I mean, you quite easily may not. One of the things I do like about series from then is that there wasn't a YA genre. Mm-hmm. So series didn't kind of go, well, I'm in this genre, so I can't sort of go too far this way because it's not appropriate now. They just went, meh, there's young people in it, so. So there are things that happen in some of these books that are just not suitable for YA audiences. But they can read as though they were aimed at YA audiences because they're not challenging. They're not asking you to, dig really deep into things. And then suddenly something quite dark happens and you're like, whoa, okay, wasn't expecting that. Because they can get very dark. But there's always this sense that we're the heroes, the good guys are going to win. Mm-hmm. So there's never this sense of, oh God, are we going to be in here is this the tone of the story now?
Yeah, like that dread feeling of reading darker stories that you might be having. Yeah.
Yeah.
Derry, what else is on you said you set up this big kind of stepping stone TBR. I'm curious what's on on the big stepping stone TBR. We know Vorkosigan with Shards of Honor. Yes, yes. Oh, I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I could see it becoming just a giant new passion for you, and I'm going to be all
My
about that.
12 options of what the stairs will be. So I just
Ooh.
randomly picked one of my stairs. So my stairs include, pull them all out. We have, okay, this one's not a series. This is a standalone. This is A Madness of Sunshine. That is a murder mystery from an author I've previously only read paranormal romance from, but I love her. So I'm quite looking forward to that. Gardens of the Moon.
Oh my goodness.
I have to do it. I just have to. Severed Echoes from our friend Amanda on Jimmy's server. The Last Sun, which was hyped as Firefly vibes and was gifted to me by somebody who the community lost a few years ago. That was gifted to me by Sharon Dwyer. Anyone who remembers Sharon will know she was a wonderful person, and I will read this because I need to. The Reindeer People, which is early Hob. This is under the Lindholm name. I'm going to be reading that with Josh, I think, and Evie. To Ride Hell's Chasm by Jenny Wirtz, which obviously isn't the start of a series, but hopefully will get me into Wars of Light and Shadow at some point in the future. Alchemist, which is the rejigged fanfic Dramione of Draco and Hermione, because I really enjoyed that fanfic and really.
Wait, what? Hermione and what fanfic?
Draco.
Oh. I actually was a giant Harry Potter fan. Well, that's not very surprising for someone who grew up in the 90s and 2000s, but I, between books like 5, 6, and 7, between the releases, I was a voracious reader of Harry Potter fanfic back in those days to give me my Harry Potter fix between books. So yeah.
Alchemist was born as Manacled, which actually is huge. And I really wish I had printed it out because it's been taken away from everywhere now and you can't get it because it's now a published book with a different world and different characters because we're not in the Harry Potter world because that's not allowed. So, yeah. Hey, Brian. Crucial's Dart by Jacqueline Carey. This was gifted to me by Kate, the almost book doctor.
That's on my TBR too. Yeah.
Oh, well, I'll have to let you know when I start it and we can read it together. The Green Rider. This is Fina's favourite series, and I love Fina, so I will read that because then I can bully her into picking up Robin Hobb. Yes, this is how it works.
Yeah, she's gotten me excited to try Gunmetal Gods and that Britain series, but that's not done yet, and I feel so. I have no great urgency to get into Green Rider, but that's pretty big, so you could stretch that over a long time. But she's still got a few more books to go in that series, I think.
Yeah. A Shadow in Summer. Evie gifted me the whole quartet last year, and I obviously need to read them. Shards of Honor.
Yes.
And The Witch's Heart, which is a Nordic god retelling from I can't remember whose point of view, but someone.
So are you planning to pull one of those like every month or so and try? Oh, wow, so we're guaranteed for you to do Shards of Honor next year.
I shall do things at some point next year.
Wow. Oh, I'm so excited for you.
I'm going to be picking one up in a few days.
That is Shards of Honor is just an incredible debut book. And if you read her kind of nonfiction memoir type little intros and essays and things about her publishing history, and it's really interesting how she got started. Like she was trying to break in for a long time and worked on her first book for so long and went through a lot of revisions and edits and she ended up writing like the first 3 or 4 of her Vorkosigan books and sold them all as a bunch to Baen. She was trying to write different ones with different protagonists, and so there's Shards of Honor with Cordelia as the protagonist, and War's Apprentice with Miles, and Falling Free with a standalone protagonist, and she ended up just selling the first 3 to Bane, and the rest is history. But that first book she worked on a long time, and it just got like really edited down to be like streamlined and fast paced and like no fat on there that you could trim off, and so it's just, it feels so propulsive and sharp, and man, it's just an incredible debut.
I mean, I am looking forward to all of those books, because I'm like, no, these are books that have been specifically recommended to me by somebody, often multiple somebodies. And Shards of Honor is among the multiple somebodies.
So Tharnell's asking, I did it chronologically, and I would highly recommend that approach, except for, well, Falling Free just man, it complicates things. So like, one of those early books that she wrote, Falling Free, is a standalone set like hundreds of years, if not like more, before the rest of the series. It's like a true standalone. Falling Free is just like true standalone that you could fit in anywhere. And I thought it was pretty good, but I didn't think it was as strong as Shards of Honor. And so I would start just with the normal kind of series. It begins with Shards of Honor chronologically, and then just go from there. And you could fit in Falling Free wherever you feel like you want more of a standalone type thing.
So it's the outlier that you include or not as you want.
Yeah, so I would say Shards of Honor is a great starting point, and then doing it chronologically, basically from there. She wrote a bunch of things out of order, and she's great with the continuity, and a lot of things, if you did them out of order chronologically, it would spoil some big stuff. So I would just do it chronologically from Shards of Honor, fitting in Falling Free wherever you wanted to get like a standalone intrigue kind of book. You could save it for the very end. I did it right in kind of the middle, and that worked for me, just to kind of get a break from the Vorkoskin protagonist that we'd been spending a lot of time with. And so, yeah, I would say chronological, fitting in Falling Free wherever you'd want.
Nice. So it's nice to see you, Brian. So it's always lovely to see you. Ada did say that she got alchemized for Christmas, and it's very dark and not at all Harry Pottery. To be fair, neither was Manacled. Manacled was set after the war that Voldemort won. So it was very dark, and that was kind of the draw. But anyway.
Man, Brian, I saw he was in the middle of Dust of Dreams. That's a dark book. It does have some. I saw he was a little confused by it. Yeah, there's some aspects, plot lines to it which are very heady and a little bit abstract and symbolic. And but I would say, Brian, if you're here, like, focus on the Malzahn Marines part and their interesting banter and camaraderie, and like the other stuff in Dust Dreams. Yeah, can be quite out there. I didn't connect to a lot of that more symbolic and heady stuff. That there are some books that feels like it's more of a bigger part of those Malzahn books, like House of Chains, Toll of the Hounds, Dust of Dreams, and like that whole aspect of the series is not really my jam. I more like the more concrete plot lines, and the war aspects are always just felt so impactful for me in Malazan. Unfortunately, the series ended Crippled God. Like, a lot of it was dealing with things that I was less invested in. But for most people, the way the series ends is really strong. But I'm actually really happy that he's continuing things with the Witness series, because I wasn't fully satisfied with the ending place in Crippled God. So I only read the first book so far, but I have the kind of book 2 ready to go that I'm excited for. Because,
well, I'm hoping I really vibe with Malazan. I am, not least because there's so many conversations to be had, and that's why I got into BookTube. I want to be part of the conversation.
Yeah, it's one of the great things about reading an extremely popular series is, like, you have amazing videos you could go back and watch. Like, I did all of the Philip Chase and AP Canavan discussions, both non-spoiler and spoiler. Like they helped me get so much more out of the series, honestly, after I'd already read it all on my own. But so it was fun to go back and track their conversations. And it's just, when you read something that most other people in the community have read some of or all of, it's just, all this new extra bit of connection you can have, and shared experience.
Touch points to go, it's like this. And
it
adds the richness to the conversation, being able to accept that touch point and go, yes, I get it. And it's literally why I joined all of BookTube. It was like, these people will understand when I'm talking, and I go, like this. When I say things like, this one's going to touch on religious themes, this one's going to poke fun at that, this one has found family, and this one is a look at political philanderers. There's a language that we speak that I don't realise we speak until I talk to somebody outside a book community.
Yeah.
Rattle off things, and they look at me like, what? What's a DNF? What's a TBR? What are you even doing? Okay, for first, DNF is a sporting term.
I didn't know that.
It's racing. So horse racing, you can have a DNF in horse racing.
It means the same thing, did not finish? Oh.
Yeah. Really old. But that's my nerdery coming out again. I forget that even in what I think is common jargon, isn't. It feels like everyone knows these things, and then discover that no, actually they don't. Night Runner, I haven't heard of Night Runner. Another early fantasy series with LGBTQ representation is the Night Runner series by Lynn Flelling. Working my way through that one. Pretty good. Good to know. I will look into that. Because, I'm a fan. Another one with a long sort of timeline with things written all out of order is Anne McCaffrey's Pern. Another old series that still continues. There's still new books coming out. Her son writes in the world now.
CJ Cherry's Foreigner is another I see a lot of at the bookstore.
So many. And what's wonderful for me is that so many of them were written by women. They just kind of lived quite happily in the little ecosystem of science fiction and fantasy.
Yeah.
Before it went, this is a lot.
Yeah.
And it's very strange to me that happened at all, but it did.
That it broke out of its little tiny niche. Yeah. When Robin Hobb, before she broke out, she was Megan Lindholm, right? Like, have you gone back and read any of those Lindholm books?
I say that's a lie. I've read one. I read Wizard of the Pigeons, and it was really interesting to read it because a lot of the theme work in there is so clearly resonant with what she goes on to write in Fitz's story. This otherness, this sense of connection to life and PTSD and how that affects the way you interact with the world. And really strong, I really enjoyed it. I thought it was really clever. I liked the way she used a modern day setting for it. But it was because it was so much earlier than Realm of the Elderlings, it very much felt like a structure she was going to build more on later. And if I'd read that first, I don't know that I would have read much more, not because it was bad, but because it feels like there should be more.
Yeah.
Which we later got. But again,
I'll be curious if when you read Reindeer People, if you also see just lots of kind of prior echoes of what's to come.
And that's fascinating as a reader. And this is why the bonus when you read Discworld, when you go back and read those early few, you see the bones of what Discworld later became. You're like, okay, I see how this is the germ that became this. But if you start there, you're like, what? Why do people love this series?
Yeah. Okay, you definitely sold me on not trying to start Discworld from like the very beginning. Because with Guy Gavriel Kay, I didn't start with Fiona Var or Tigana, but started with Song for Our Bone, which just blew me away in every possible way that a book can just take over your life. And then I've been reading a lot of his more recent ones, Brightness Long Ago, All the Seas of the World, and Children of Earth and Sky, Sarantine Mosaic, Duology, Lions of Al-Rassan too. So a lot of the 90s ones I read, and then the more recent ones. And I am really pumped to go back and read Fionavar Tapestry and Antigona, and knowing that, I probably won't love them as much as his later ones that I cherish. But like I'm so ready to see just like
audio, the Fionavar Tapestry.
Nice. Yeah. So you love those, right?
I do. I really love them.
And did you go on and read some of the later historical fantasy ones?
I've never gone on to read more. And
oh wow.
He was on the bubble of my stairway to 2027. Because once I can properly expect my brain to take in at least one decent new book a month, I will definitely get there, because I do love Fionavar so much. I love the way he writes. And when I listen to people who know of his later work talk about the Fionavar Tapestry, the things that they talk about in later books being highlighted in Fionavar are the things I particularly like about Fionavar. So I'm like, oh, okay. So the things I really, really love are the things he's going to get stronger in. So I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna like these. So, but I like Fionavar because it feels, even before I'd read them, I felt like I knew it. I know the story, which isn't always what you want to hear when you go into a story, that it's going to feel familiar. But it's treading such familiar ground in terms of the premise and the situations and the overarching aim. And yet he manages to do it in a way that is different enough to be really satisfying. It helps that I'm old because, and I brought this up in a comment to a discussion to Phillips, having read the first book.
Yeah.
And the younger bloke in the discussion, I should remember his name. I just subscribed to his channel, which I can't remember.
But I can't remember either.
He was saying that, it expects you to know quite a lot of things. That if you don't know, am I getting the full story? And my comment to this is, when it came out, it was people my age, and we did have a lot of that knowledge because we did only have, this amount of stuff. Our reading histories overlapped a lot. We didn't all have the full history of everything, but we'd read enough to go, yeah, I kind of know what that story is. So when we see it referenced in Fionavar, we're like, oh, yeah, I know. Yeah, oh, yeah, I know enough about that to feel like I know what that is. And then the 70s and 80s sort of happened and fantasy exploded. And now you didn't have to have read all of these foundational mythologies anymore. You could start with Pern. You could start with Bujold. You could start with all of these other series without those foundational things. So at the time, most readers did have that knowledge. It wasn't so much of an expectation of your reader to have this knowledge. Everyone just had it. It wasn't an expectation. It was just there. That was the familiar history we all had. Would it help if you had X knowledge and Y wallet? Yes, absolutely. And I have said that to people. Jake Bishop read Fionavar a couple of years ago now, and he wasn't a huge fan. And my point to him was, there's a lot here that you can't grasp if you aren't aware of the mythologies it's based on. It means nothing to you to have those characters in it. It doesn't bring with it the weight of that story.
Yeah.
So it's a difficult one, Fionavar.
Because what types of things is it referencing? And probably King Arthur stuff, I imagine, is one of them.
King Arthur becomes very important in the second and third parts of the trilogy, and it's beautifully done. Like, it's a retelling, I think, is just marvelous.
Yeah. Okay, I'm at least glad I've done the Warlord Chronicles trilogy. Like, that's the only King Arthur I've been exposed to. I know it's a fantastical version of it, and so I at least have some knowledge of King Arthur. But what else was Kay playing with there?
Very Celtic history, very what's the word I'm looking for? Pictish. So again, Warlord Chronicles might help you here. Warrior goddesses, very Welsh foundations. Again, it's accepting the mythos, basically, that gods and goddesses carry this weight into the story, and that their energies will have an effect on the things around them. In fact, Warlord Chronicles might be a really good thing to have read before going into Fiona.
Oh, nice.
The more I'm saying this out loud, I'm thinking that might actually be enough to give you what you need in terms of understanding the depth of belief, because that's what we get in so many of the characters in Warlord. I mean, it's late in that period of belief as we're turning to Christianity, but that druidic, pagan kind of, your berserkers are an aspect of a god kind of thing. And yeah, it's...
Oh, I'm so curious just what Kay's going to be like in a very different style of book and series, because I'm so used to his historical fantasy style, and seeing him in a more high fantasy will just be super fun for me to see him in a different writing mode. So I can't wait.
And this is the opposite for me. I'm looking forward to seeing him carry those skills into what clearly becomes his playground of like, no, I own this space. This is where I shine. I'm really looking forward to that, because the parts of Fiona Var that really touch me the most are the really profoundly intimate moments of these characters. And I am looking forward to reading more GGK, because he is such a great writer. And I can see that in his earliest work, in his work that isn't regarded as highly. It can only go up from here. I mean, it's pretty safe to say, if I've read what is considered his least fabulous work, it can only get better from here. So I'm looking forward to it. But it's odd coming to it from there when I see people who are big GGK fans, because I feel like it's somebody coming to Hob after reading Rain Wilds.
Yeah.
It's really strange to know that I'm having that experience the other way.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting. And I will, obviously, when that happens, it probably won't be until 2027, so at least a year away. But I mean, the channel will be, I'm going to do GGK. I won't be doing it in a vacuum. And I'm sure I'll have people who are like, read this one. So I may have to put it in a hat and see how I go. But we'll see. Because most of them are standalones, aren't they? It's only the latest.
It's really, I mean, it's complicated because even on the ones that are kind of really standalone-ish from others, references will pop up. So like if you read the later Renaissance Italy based trilogy, like Brightness Long Ago, All Seas of the World, Children of the Sky, like there'll be tiny little references to like Lions of Alversan, which took place in a different country many hundreds of years before, like maybe 1,000 years difference. But there'll be little tiny like Easter egg references, which are super meaningful and impactful if you had read Lions of Alversan. So it's a tricky one. Like Sarantine Mosaic takes place the Byzantine Empire time, like then echoes of what happens there like definitely show up in the later books too. So like it's really tough. Like Tigana full standalone, Song for Arbonne full standalone, but like with the connected world books, going in chronological order might be the way to go. But because you'll get the most impactful like experience of being able to see resonance between the books and across time and space. GGK is just masterful at doing some connections.
Yeah. I mean, it's odd. It comes back to this, I'm old, so I know things that seemed like common knowledge that aren't anymore. Like, I was perfectly familiar with the fact that GGK had helped complete the Silmarillion. I was fully aware of that going into reading Fionavar. So that feel, that kind of epic nature of world building was like, well, of course, he's just come off of finishing the Silmarillion. This is of course. Only to find reasonably recently, I can't remember who I was talking to, I just mentioned that as an aside, that, well, you know, he'd just come off the Silmarillion. And people were like, what? Wait a minute. And what? What do you mean this isn't common knowledge? Because we do. We all assume that what we know is the same as what everyone else knows.
Yeah.
And I do forget all the time that everybody on BookTube isn't old and hasn't read all of the same things as me. And
but it's interesting. He didn't try to capitalize on that. Like he tried to keep it under wraps, right? Like I wonder why like that could have brought him more readers for his own books. I wonder. Yeah,
he didn't want to be on the coattails. Perhaps he's like, no, I'll do this on my own.
Seems just like such a massive act of humility, or
I respect
letting the work shine as under the Tolkien name. And
but again, at the time, we knew it didn't need to be announced. It's just a change in times, I think, with people who are into fantasy at the time knew that this is what he was. This is who he was. This is his history. So we didn't need to tell anybody because everyone who needed to know already knew. It's only now, when there isn't common knowledge, that we realise that we didn't make a big deal about it. And so it isn't on any of the book covers or any of the material that would be plastered in that kind of thing now. Like, there's no George R. R. Martin on the cover going, oh, it's amazing, and it's a diamond in a sea of there isn't that, because it wasn't needed at the time. So, it's
Tharnell says if a leaf turns up in Silmarillion, you will find references to that leaf up to Lord.
Shouldn't laugh at that, but it's true. That's the thing, is when you delve so deeply into the lore that you create the Silmarillion, and then a publisher goes, "There's too much. Nobody's going to read that. That's too much." To then have to kind of dumb it down and compress it and make it into a traditional story. Go, okay, have the baby version. Only then for that baby version to go mental and everyone go, oh, we need more. Give us the lore. Most authors are going to go, oh my God. And instead, Tolkien was able to go, oh, here you go. I did it already. His son and for GGK to be able to go, yeah, we can get that ready for publication. That's insane. Being able to be thought of as a derivative of Tolkien had a bit of a stigma at the time and may have wanted to dodge it. Yeah, because we had the explosion of Moorcock at the same time, this whole anti-stereotypical tropey kind of thing, because there was only those tropes at the time. In public knowledge, you had to go digging to find different. And Moorcock was all about it. The opposite you can say about the world of Ice and Fire. You can learn about X-House, who disappeared. Who cares? That's hard, Funnel. That is.
Interestingly, I love the historical world building that Martin does. Like that stuff where it's not even things that are relevant for the current plots or the current timeline. Like, that makes the world just feel more lived in for me. Like, I love getting more about the history in the world. Like, the more it feels lived in, like, and organic to me, the easier it is for me to just fully lose myself in it and buy it all, the reality of that world that the author creates. So I love that maximal world building.
Yeah.
And
it feels lived in. Yeah, it absolutely does. Merry Christmas, Sarah Beth. Thank you for dropping in. Yeah, that richness that George R. R. Martin is so much of a nod to Tolkien. And it is very much done in homage, I think, because he's such a big fan that, of course, he's going to say, well, if he did it, if he created this big, massive world with all of the history, I'm going to do that too. And clearly he took that to heart because he gets so lost writing these histories.
Yeah.
And he clearly enjoys doing it. I think it's
I loved Fire and Blood. I would be very satisfied if he wrote the sequel to that. I thought the way he wrote fake history, like from the perspective of different story in world historians or in world kind of people who are dealing with sources, like I had such a great time with that aspect of that read. And like some of it was just so rich, and he just provided so many interesting, gory, specific details that were so creative. And
I love it.
Yeah,
that's our history. It's how our history works.
Yeah.
You know, our historians will find documentation that say that this thing happened, only for a different historian to find different documentation that says something else happened. Which one is true? We don't know. We only know that the outcome of this thing that neither of them agree on was that. And that was a matter of public record, so we know that that's true. And I love that that is what they've used to build House of the Dragon on, because it means that they can use a completely new story so long as it gets to that point of public record. They're not breaking the law. They're not damaging Fire and Blood. So long as they meet that point, they're good. And that, to me, it feels like the biggest gift a team of writers could be given. You only have to match these points in the story. And if you can make it work with those rumors of what happened, even better. Because you might confirm or completely unravel one of the theories in the book. But so long as they're there, the details that contrived the basis for these things, go for it. I love that. I love it so much. I mean, I know there are people who aren't happy with House of the Dragon, but I'm such a fan. Because for me, that's all they have to do, is to just match those points. And they're doing it.
I'm looking forward to watching season 2. I really like season 1. I just never got around to watching season 2 yet, but I will definitely be checking all of those out.
I think what's interesting, like a lot of things in TV, it helps to know what's going on in the industry, because I didn't know until after the season ended, on what I thought was quite an unsatisfying end. I didn't know until after that they got told so late in production that they weren't getting the 2 episodes that they needed to finish out the season.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh,
that's brutal. That's brutal.
Knowing that helps why they had to end it the way they did. Because not knowing that made the season feel weird. I was like, okay, well, a lot happened and it was very cool. And some of that happened and that was amazing. And then that was how we ended the season? Really? Now I'm watching it going, and they had to end it there? Oh my God. That means they fully intended, if you know the story, to go to that thing. Oh, that means we're getting it at the beginning of next season. So it's a very different feeling, just having that information. So, know that.
What's wild is how little ground the show covers out of the book. Like, I actually watched the first season before I read the book, and then I was left on such a cliffhanger. I was so into it that, oh man, I got so into season 1 of House of the Dragon. Like, Paddy Considine's performance, he
was robbed.
Was incredible.
He wasn't even nominated for an Emmy. It's
atrocious that he didn't win awards all left and right for that performance. But
that's
like the best. One of the best TV performances I've ever seen. But I was left on such a cliffhanger wanting to know what happened that I went back and read Fire and Blood, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna have to slog through all this stuff to get to the dance of the dragons. And then I was like, I was so into all of it. Like the way he did all of the history was so fascinating to me. And then the dance came and it was really quick and intense. And I'm like, oh my goodness, that was nuts. But like,
Yeah.
well, it makes sense that the show is just covering that because it's so meaty. But there was so much else. There was like Jaehaerys's long reign, which was
All of
this.
season 1 is the prequel to the Dances.
Yeah. But like,
and to know that George wanted them to include even much further back, I'm like, there's reasons.
In the book, my favorite part might have been the Jaehaerys, his long reign, because it was this amazing example of good, wise governance.
It doesn't get noticed.
Yeah. Oh, I loved that.
So good. And I just thought they did really well. And I understood the reason for what changes they did make to make it a cohesive story, to put all of the things they needed as the prequel to give reasons for the dance. I thought they just did it so well. It was just uncanny. And the acting, oh my God, those two young girls who played Alison and Rhaenyra, amazing. And I hope that the careers are amazing forever because those girls just nailed it.
Yeah, I was actually kind of bummed at the time jump because we lost those actors. And they were...
Well, the fascinating thing was that they were cast second. They were both cast to reflect the adult women, which blew me away because what amazing casting. I mean, truly amazing casting. And they did do such amazing jobs. And it did feel like a shock when we lost them because you're like, they were so great.
Yeah.
And I was almost resistant to the adults playing those roles. And then they just were so perfect. And it was okay.
Yeah, the casting overall for the show was great. And the one major misstep was the direction they gave for the Missaria character to like I've seen that actor be amazing in other things. Like this actor was in this show I loved called Maniac, the sci-fi show. She was great in that. She was great in Ex Machina as one of the robot things, and like the direction they gave her for that weird accent just was so clunky and awkward. But yeah, the casting overall and the direction of the show was incredible. So I love seeing big budget fantasy adaptations like that. But I'm pumped. I know Mac mentioned the Night of the Seven Kingdoms show. I love the story, The Hedge Knight. Have you read that?
Yeah.
The Hedge Knight story?
Oh, yeah. I read all of the Night of the Seven Kingdoms.
Oh, man. I think that is going to make for an amazing season of TV, the Hedge Knight story. I think that's just...
managed to get those first few stories filmed while the actor for Egg is still young.
That's
amazing.
True. They need to... That's true, because they're probably going to want to keep the same actor, and all those stories... There's not much of a time jump between those first three stories, right?
Yeah, that's right. But then I think if they then accept that we need to take a break, George has to write more stories, and they have said, we're not going beyond what he's written, so that's always good. But it's.
I think that could be that Hedge Knight story just feels made for a season of TV like that. I think it's just perfect for adaptation.
Story.
Yeah.
It's a really tidy story, and it's told in a way that meets all of the TV rules, there's nothing too outlandish happening. There's nothing too magical happening. This is just a really good story, and I love that. I want to say though, with knowing now that you really enjoyed House of the Dragon, which means you've seen Matt Damon and Matt Smith as Damon.
Yeah.
I need you to start watching Doctor Who.
Okay. Oh, is he a Doctor Who, or is he some other role in the show?
He was a doctor, and he is one of the most successful doctors.
I thought he was amazing in House of the Dragon.
First TV role.
I loved him. I loved him as Daemon Targaryen. I thought he was one of the highlights.
When he was announced as being in House of the Dragon, I nearly died of joy because I had seen him in Doctor Who. Obviously, loved him in Doctor Who. He was amazing in Doctor Who.
Oh, yeah. I really love him as an actor.
Yeah. Playing Prince Philip. And he was amazing in that as well.
Ooh.
He is a profoundly talented actor.
Yeah.
So when he was cast, there were a lot of people who had only knew of him as Doctor Who, but hadn't seen him as Doctor Who were wary. They're like, oh, is this a good idea? Do we? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's going to work. People who had seen him as Doctor Who were like, oh my God, this is going to be amazing. And he was. He didn't let me down at all. He is such a good actor.
Okay. Well, you have convinced me a few things during the stream. So one, I don't watch too much TV, but I'm always on the lookout for something that might be a big hit for me. So Doctor Who, I'm gonna try out the reboot Doctor Who, and I need to start hunting for the Valdemar books to start trying Valdemar series.
Absolutely.
I need to get back into Discworld with. I gotta figure it out, but possibly going postal might be the way to get back in to Discworld.
Definitely.
And okay, those are my goals coming out of here. I don't have to convince you. My goal coming in today for you was to convince you to pick up Shards of Honor, but that's already happening in 2026. Oh, I hate even saying 2026. Man, I just that seems so far away into the future. But it's only a few days away. But Vorkosigan became an absolute obsession of mine over the last year and a half. I think Bujold I think she's a genius. What's that?
Well, you did the stream with Vorkosigan and Dresden. That was enough.
Yeah.
I was like, okay. Just the fact that you had them in the table. I didn't even watch the stream.
Yeah.
Read Dresden. But just that you had them together, I was like, okay, clearly this has to happen. This is.
Oh, it does. It does. Nothing could possibly scream to me as more of a dairy series than Vorkosigan. Like, it is just perfection. The match between you and Vorkosigan, and I just can't wait for you to get into it, because I know it's just gonna be huge. I have no doubts, no qualms about it. And Shards of Honor is such a strong starting point for being a debut book and the first in the series. Like, it's such a strong starting point. And then what's interesting is that, like, book 2, Barrier, is one that she wrote a few years later after she'd already written a bunch of other books, and so, like, immediately you can kind of see, like, ooh, like, there's a level up in the writing here that gets you even more excited for where everything is going. And so no, it's, man, I just think Bujold is an utter genius. I'm going to be reading her fantasy starting in 2026 now that I'm done with Vorkosigan. But man, I was so sad getting to the end of those 20 books. If you count, like, the novellas and novels together, it's like 20 books total, 16 novels, I think. And I was so sad coming to the end of it, just knowing that I wouldn't have more. But I kind of immediately went back and reread Shards of Honor. And so, like, if you are someone who's open to rereading, like, you never have to be done with these series.
Start again. That's it. The world's still there. I can still visit.
But something I want to be better about with my favorite authors is reading their other stuff besides the ones I love. So, like, Jim Butcher has always been a favorite author through Dresden Files, but I've never tried one of his other series. Like,
Jake was telling me I have to.
And like, there's Hobbs. Like, I need to get into the Lindholm books and Soldier Sun trilogy, and I have to be better about reading all these other things of my favorite authors.
You don't have to. This is the thing, Vince. There are no rules when it comes to reading.
True.
We're actually allowed to find something we love. We're not at school. We're not going to get graded, and we are allowed to just read for fun. And it can be really easy to forget that when you're anywhere near booktube, because it suddenly becomes like a list of things you've got to check off. Oh, you call yourself a fan of that also. Well, have you read this? You actually don't have to have.
That's true.
More, by all means. But if you're perfectly happy with what you've read and feel no urge, then you don't have to.
I do feel an urge. Like, I feel like the Soldier Sun trilogy is this trilogy of immense quality. I just know it's of immense quality that is just waiting for me to dive in it and just love it. Like, there's certain things like that, and Bujold's fantasy, like these authors who I just think are are incredible humans, geniuses at writing and using language to tell stories in nuanced ways that I just love their sensibility and like I just yeah.
You can just go, okay, I mean, you look at Matt Dinnerman and Dungeon Hall of Carl, and then you look at Kaiju Battlefield.
Yeah.
You kind of go, they're not the same.
Yeah.
And it can be a disappointment to include something that isn't as strong.
Yeah.
That's a sadness that we didn't necessarily need. And so unless I particularly am in love with something that an author I think highly of has done, I'm not going to push it, because I don't want people reading things that aren't going to improve their experience with an author. And so there are definitely things that I'm like,
Are you like that with Soldier Son? Did you read that trilogy?
A little bit. It is a very good quality trilogy. Chris at the Bookish Cauldron, huge fan of Soldier Son. He's a very good judge of books. Feel free to take his opinion as worthy as anybody else's. I'm not a fan. I have read it 1.5 times.
Oh, interesting.
And I feel like a bad fan for saying it. But I'm not a fan of the Soldier trilogy. I didn't connect with it at all on the same level. And
oh wow.
I don't know if that's me going into it with an expectation that is undeserving, and which is why I tried to go again and go, okay, I will try and come at this and let it be what it is instead of wanting it to be something it's not. And it was more difficult the second time. I didn't connect to it at all.
Wow.
Some of the writing is as beautiful, absolutely. Some of the emotional moments, they just didn't hit. I wasn't connected. And
that's just, it's surprising to hear that would happen with Hobb and writing in the 2000s, when she's already written so many just
and it came
emotional masterpieces. Yeah, wow.
And of course, this is why when I came back to it later, I thought, okay, I had just come off Tawny Man. My expectations for the next thing that Hobb wrote was high. Like that's unfair.
Yeah.
Everybody's talking about something fabulous after that, because that was insane. So when I came back a couple of years ago, I was like, no, I've grown as a reader. I'm a better reader now. I know to let it be its own thing. I'm better at going, okay, new arcs, new things, let it be slow, let it introduce me, all of those things. And I found that I had even less patience with it.
Oh, wow.
Because it was like, I don't care. Give me something to care about and I will care. I don't care.
Wow.
And but other people get different experiences. So for this one, I honestly go and watch Chris talk about it, because he has the passion for it that you need. So if what he says is enough to hook you in, then by all means, have a fantastic experience. I don't want to stop you.
Yeah. I'm curious how these are going to go. Like, I want to read that one, and I'll be reading Bujel's Fantasy soon, starting in the new year. And I'm just so curious because she'll be in a completely different writing mode from Verkoskin, which is the way I've come to just utterly love Bujel's writing. And I know a couple of her fantasy books aren't highly regarded, but it's almost like impossible for me to believe that she could write something that I wouldn't just like fully connect to. But yeah, it'll be interesting.
I wonder too if it's part of the era, because for a long time fantasy and sci-fi weren't as clearly separated. They very often were very closely interwoven. Anne McCaffrey's Pern for me, was a fantasy series for an awfully long time that had a prologue that suggested it was sci-fi. But you could ignore it and just read this fantasy story. As the story developed, as the world got bigger, as everything evolved, after like 20 odd books, suddenly the science fiction beginning started to show in the stories. And it's as her son Todd took over and the sci-fi really came to the forefront in the same world with the same history, with it all interconnects perfectly, I'm not as interested in that. And I wonder if that acceptance of fantasy and sci-fi really not being that different is where authors of that time were able to jump between the two, because they didn't see them as separate genres. It was the same genre, you were just focusing on different areas. Because a lot of the authors at that time did both. And
I'll be fascinated with Bujold, because I know that, World of the Five Gods, that, kind of religion plays a large role in that set of books, and in Vorkosigan it's almost completely absent as a world building or thematic element. Like I'm so curious, but it's already throwing me off. Like I tried one of the Penrick novellas, that's her long novella series in that World of the Five Gods, and I tried just throwing on the first audiobook, and it was Grover Gardner, and it was like I had already listened to 20 books of Grover Gardner doing the Vorkosigan characters.
Yep.
And it was throwing me off so immensely. I'm like, oh my goodness, like I might break. Yeah. Just
going into it now, having just listened to The Stand. You have to get your brain to separate it and go, no, this is different.
Same. I tried actually. I was maybe gonna try to read The Stand last year as well, and I discovered it was Gardner, and that also just threw me off. I'm like, it's just feeling so weird that I couldn't do it. So I put The Stand down real after just a few minutes, and I'm like, I'll have to save that for another time.
Does that mean that you still have that to come?
Oh yeah. I've not read The Stand. Yeah,
that is so exciting, Ben. Sorry.
I gotta wait for a time when, because I know I'm gonna want to do it with the audio and the book together, and so I gotta wait for a time when Gardner is not just utterly the voice, utterly just all the voices of the Vorkosigan characters.
Funny.
But I'm psyched. I came pretty late to Stephen King. I wish I had been reading Stephen King my whole life, but I only really came to him in the last few years. And
coming now is good, because by now all of the fans who have read it throughout his career have sifted out the rubbish.
Yeah.
Now you can come to it and go, which
oh my god, my Stephen King TBR is just out of control. I want to read so many, and the stuff I have read I've just loved 11/22/63 and The Long Walk and the Apt Pupil, and I've read most of the stories in You Like It Darker, that collection, and I'm just amazed by. I'm connecting to his short stories, the novellas, the big chunky novels. Man, I am so pumped for more. And so the ones that are high on my TBR are ones like The Stand, It, Under the Dome. Some of those big chunky ones are really high.
I haven't read a lot of Stephen King, but what I have read, mostly I have loved. I love The Stand. It's one of my favorites of all time. It's a reread for me. I'm probably on 5, 6, 7 times.
Wow.
It is my pinnacle of reading achievement. I read it when I was 16, and I read it in a day.
Wow.
I had no job, no children, no responsibilities.
Phil, that's fast reading. That's fast reading right there. Wow.
And it didn't take me all day. But it was just, I was so in it. Jesus. I don't know that I even stopped to go and eat.
Have you done 11/22/63?
I did that at the beginning of this year. And it was wonderful.
Yeah.
I was like, who knew he could write a love story?
Yeah. Oh, it was wonderful. But I heard that there were some connections back to characters that were in it that I didn't get to enjoy the connections to.
So lovely.
Yeah.
I only read one King novel. I'm interested. Which one was it for a start? Because he has flavors of writing, I found, and I like the psychological writing that he does, where it's very much about what people fear, and rather than things that are externally scary, but things that are internally scary.
Yeah, I might be right with you there, because I did my least favorite ones so far have been Salem's Lot and Pet Cemetery, and
Both of which I haven't read.
yeah, but like what you were saying about those externally kind of scary things that end up having an impact, like that did less for me than kind of the Long Walk or 11/22/63 and Apps People, which were much more psychological.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And I love psychological horror. Fairy tale is pretty universally not great. I don't know anybody who's read fairy tale that thought it was in his strong category. Misery, I have read, Marianne, and I love Misery. Misery is great. It's also a really good movie, which you can't often say about King adaptations, but Misery, the movie, is really good. Kathy Bates won an Academy Award for her role in that. It was her breakthrough role, and she bloody deserved it.
Incredible movie, yeah.
James Caan, I could have done with it. Anybody could have played that character to that level.
Kathy Bates is incredible in there.
Kathy Bates was outstanding in Misery, absolutely outstanding. So, and that's one of those ones where the book and the movie are kind of on par. They're both really strong. But that's very much a psychological thriller. There is a person who has something wrong with them and someone else is trapped with them. That's scary because this person is unreliable. This person could do anything. That is scary. They're not a villain so much. Donald likes Dolores Claiborne. I remember, I have read that, but I don't remember it, so I must have read it after my stroke. But he does something. I mean, it is an external horror, but it is an external horror that plays on internal horrors. It's the one that goes, what scares this person the most? So it's that internal fear that becomes external.
Yeah. Wow, I can't believe you read that in a day. That's impressive. That's amazing. Wow, that's a feat. That's a feat.
I look back at it now and go, how the hell did I do that? I have no idea. But I did, and that's the benchmark I will never again reach. But I did it. Fantastic book. Absolutely fantastic.
I gotta do it. That's one of the ones I have so many books like that where I'm like, I think this would be an absolute favorite book. I'm just overwhelmed with choices of what to read.
That's the glorious thing, though, because it means that when you've got a TBR so full of gems, and you're in a community that can tell you've got a TBR full of gems, it's so lovely to know that whatever you pick up next, it's probably going to be pretty amazing.
Yep. Amen to that. Amen.
Not everyone can say that. That's pretty amazing.
I'll have to take off in a moment. We got I think there's going to be a dinner over here coming up soon.
What are you even doing for the day, Ben? I mean,
we had family over earlier and just for breakfast, and I think I'm headed out to the movies in a bit.
The movies.
We'll see some Marty Supreme. I'll be going with my mom. She's a big Timothy Chalamet fan after the Complete Unknown movie where he was Bob Dylan, and so
he is amazing. Yeah. But I can't believe your cinemas are open. The heck?
Oh yeah, that's like a huge thing here. Actually, it's almost all these showings of almost any new movie that's out they're sold out today.
That's wild to me. Nothing's open today, and it's the day after Christmas Day.
Yeah. Oh wow. Yeah. That's here. It's
it's the law
like
here.
I'm also in New Jersey. Like I'm in New Jersey. It's an incredibly kind of diverse place demographically, and so there's a huge non-Christian population, and so a lot of businesses want to take advantage of people being off of work and school.
It's the law here. You literally, unless you are selling urgent things like gas and milk and like bread, you aren't allowed to be open.
Oh wow, yeah. That's so different.
And there's only 2 days a year that's the case. It's Christmas Day and Good Friday.
Yeah.
Every other day you can trade. Sometimes limited depending on what the day is, but the fact that your movie theaters are open, that boggles me.
Oh, it's big, huge business for movie theaters today. Yeah.
I have not, Marianne, because I don't have Netflix, because I'm poor.
But you have all those wonderful books that you can open up at any time and not cost you a penny to keep in your keep in your to reopen them.
I will let you go. Thank you so much for coming to hang out, though. I have
it was a pleasure. It was a pleasure.
But it sounds like we're going to have some things in common next year, so
yeah,
maybe we get to talk some more.
For sure. Right, enjoy the rest of your holiday time, Derry.
Thank you. Alrighty.
I'll see you soon. I'll see you again.
Alrighty. Oh, that was so lovely. I didn't expect for Ben to be here when I started. And he stayed, oh my goodness, he stayed for nearly 2.5 hours. I feel so flattered. Oh, that was so nice. But yeah, you were saying that your movie theatre is closed. Yeah, that sounds more normal to me. Because it just sounds crazy to me that somewhere's open. I like that somewhere's open because not everybody is a Christian. Just saying. Although having at least one day a year where you're guaranteed to get a day off sounds pretty good to me. I do want to watch Derry, though. Welcome to Derry. Because I do really like, the whole concept of Pennywise and it. Because let's face it, the it isn't called Pennywise. That's just the commonality of name for the thing that scared the kids. But I do want to watch it. My sister has allowed me to use a sign-on, but I have to be careful about when I use it because Netflix will jump on it pretty fast. So I need to have a window of time where I can kind of binge watch for a couple of days before I can't access it anymore. So I do have a plan for that. But yes. So do tell me, anyone who's still in the chat, what have you done today? Have you had a fabulous breakfast? I had a pretty rubbish Christmas, to be fair. I had a headache all day. And that was kind of my fault because I used to drink a lot, like a lot. And I've been really good this year. I have had almost no booze. I had one bottle of whiskey that I bought when I moved into my new place back in March. And that lasted me for several weeks. Yay me. And I have had no other, what was that? I've had no other whiskey all year. And I bought myself a bottle the day before Christmas. And I had some drinks on Christmas Eve and didn't feel very good Christmas Day. So feel pretty good today, though. That's okay. So, yeah, I'm glad to hear that, Thano, you've had a good day. A Christmas Carol and Die Hard. I watched Die Hard Christmas Eve with my whiskey because it's not Christmas until Hans Gruber falls from the Nakatomi Tower. Because I'm a child of Gen X, and Die Hard is totally a Christmas movie. It's a hill I will die on. So, you cleaned your kitchen? What? Well, I suppose if you made dinner, you kind of have to. But yeah, kids are happy, pretty successful, nice. Are you happy, more to the point? Or are you, like so many, the reason for the Christmas magic? I follow a woman, I can't think what her name is, which is awful, I should remember. But she does the whole thing of comedy songs, and her thing is that the reason for the season is your mum. And she talks about how, if your mum didn't do everything, then, your Christmas sucked, because it's only the mums that do the thing. My liver actually forgets how to process alcohol if you go too long without. Giving me reasons not to give up. You have to be careful when you do it after a long break. Yeah, because I only had 2 and felt really rubbish, but never mind. You dropped potatoes and oil all over my oven. Easy to clean straight away. Absolutely. I did baking not long before Christmas because, poor person, gifting is easier if I can do it from in-house, I should say. So a lot of my Christmas presents for people close physically to me was baking. And I was baking some biscuits and I was going to use some brown sugar and got sidetracked, was doing some things, came back to do what I was doing, shook the container with the brown sugar because brown sugar gets solid and lumpy, and I had already taken the lid off and just rested it back on top instead of closing it. And so I managed to shake sugar all over my kitchen floor. So the kitchen floor got cleaned, because nobody wants brown sugar all over the kitchen floor, because then you'll end up with ants everywhere. So that was kind of an urgent kitchen clean situation. I understand your pain. Marianne's doing good. Pleased to hear it. Been recovering from Christmas Eve dinner. He had too much, but it was worth it. I have other than the drinking that I allowed myself back to, and clearly shouldn't have, I don't deal very well with dairy products. I have milk in my tea, and that's kind of it. Anything else will unsettle my system to varying degrees. I don't eat cheese. Okay, so everyone needs to pity me. I don't eat cheese. That means I can't eat pizza. Anyway, that's not the point. The point here is that at Christmas, I make an exception, and I decide I will take the consequences, and I have custard. And I didn't have custard yesterday because I didn't feel very well, but I have custard, and I am so looking forward to having it, even though I know I will be ill. So eating too much for your Christmas Eve dinner, being totally worth it, is a feeling I empathise with a great deal, because when I have my Christmas pudding with custard, it will be worth it. It will, because it's not going to make me feel like I have had my head sat on by an elephant. It will just be illness that will pass briefly. I can live with that. I accept those consequences. No pizza, you're so sorry. Seriously. I have a very dear friend who lives in a different area of the country, and last time I went and visited the area, she organised a cheeseless pizza, like not fake cheese, because why? But she organised a cheeseless pizza with just pizza toppings and the sauce, and just have pizza. And I took a bite of the cheeseless pizza, and guys, that's possibly the cruelest thing anybody has ever done to me, because now I have an idea of what I'm missing, and oh my God, I am missing heaven. That shouldn't be allowed. That's just really unfair. Not happy about that. So pity me, because that's worth pitying. Anyway, but yes, I am going to have my custard because it's Christmas and I want to have custard. Well, we're 2.5 hours in, and I haven't read you any Hogfather. So I'm going to read you some Hogfather because I love the Hogfather, and I'm going to randomly choose from the bookmarks that I have in the Hogfather. I'm going to go with whatever that one is. Okay, we are at, stay here. Okay. The Eater of Socks. Take my glasses off. Okay, the Eater of Socks. He looked up at the wizards cautiously, then its jaws started to work again. Hey, it's one of mine, said the chair of indefinite studies, making a grab. The Eater of Socks backed away hurriedly. It looked like a very small elephant, with a very wide, flared trunk, up which one of the chair's socks was disappearing. Funny-looking thing, isn't it? Said Redcully, leaning his staff against the wall. Let go, you wretched creature, said the chair, making a grab for the sock. Shoo! The sock-eater tried to get away while remaining where it was. This should be impossible, but it is in fact a move attempted by many small animals when they are caught eating something forbidden. The legs scrabble hurriedly, but the neck and feverishly working jaws merely stretch and pivot around the food. Finally, the last of the sock disappeared up the snout with a faint sucking noise, and the creature lumbered off behind one of the boilers. After a while, it poked one suspicious eye around the corner to watch them. They're expensive, you know, with the flax-reinforced heel, muttered the chair of indefinite studies. Redcully opened a drawer in his hat and extracted his pipe and pouch of herbal tobacco. He struck a match on the far side of the washing machine. This was turning out to be a far more interesting evening than he had anticipated. Eater of socks. Okay, let's try that one. Here we go. Okay. We are in a department store. It is Christmas, or the disc equivalent of Christmas, and the Hogfather, the disc version of Father Christmas, isn't available for duty this year. And filling in is Death. Death has to do this because he has to keep a space for the belief in Father Christmas, in the Hogfather. So in order to solidify the belief that the Hogfather exists, he has shown up as the Hogfather with all of the Hogfather things in the department store on the very eve of Hogswatch. In front of, well, he had to think of it as the usurping Hogfather, was a small child of indeterminate sex who seemed to be mostly a bobbly woolen hat. Mr. Crumley knew how it was supposed to go. It was supposed to go like this. The child was always struck dumb, and the attendant mother would lean forward and catch the Hogfather's eye and say very pointedly that, in that voice adults use when they're conspiring against children, "You want a baby Tinkler doll, don't you, Doreen? And the Just Like Mummy cookery set you've got in the window. Oh, and the cut-out kitchen range book. What do you say?" And the stunned child would murmur, "Thank you," and be given a balloon and an orange. This time, though, it didn't work like that. Mother got as far as, "You want a... Why are your hands on bits of string, child?" The child looked down the length of its arms to the dangling mittens affixed to its sleeves. It held them up for inspection. "Gloves," it said. "I see. Very practical." "Are you a wheel?" said the bobble hat. "What do you think?" The bobble hat sniggered. "I saw your piggy do a wee," it said, and implicit in the tone was the suggestion that this was unlikely to be dethroned as the most enthralling thing the bobble hat had ever seen. "Oh, good." "It had a great big..." "What do you want for Hogswatch?" said the Hogfather horridly. Mother took her economic cue again and said briskly, "She wants a..." The Hogfather snapped his fingers impatiently and the mother's mouth snapped shut. The child seemed to sense that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and spoke quickly. "I want an army and a big castle with pointy bits," said the child, "and a sword." "What do you say?" prompted the Hogfather. "A big sword," said the child after a pause for deep cogitation. "That's right." Uncle Heavy nudged the Hogfather. "They're supposed to say thank you," he said. "Are you sure? People don't normally." "I meant they thank the Hogfather," Halbert hissed, "which is you, right?" "Yes, of course. You're supposed to say thank you." "Thank you." "And be good. This is part of the arrangement." "Yes." "Then we have a contract." The Hogfather reached into his sack and produced a very large model castle with, as accurately interpreted, pointy blue cone roofs on turrets suitable for princesses to be rescued from, a box of several hundred assorted knights and warriors, and a sword. It was 4 feet long and glinted along the blade. The mother took a deep breath. "You can't give her that! It's not safe!" she screamed. "It's a sword," said the Hogfather. "They're not meant to be safe." "She's a child," shouted Crumley. "It's educational." "What if she cuts herself?" "That will be an important lesson," Uncle Heavy whispered urgently. "Really? Oh well, it's not for me to argue, I suppose." The blade went wooden. I do love Death being Hogfather. Here are we. Jesus pizza. Was a double-edged sword? Yes, it was. Oh, nice to see you, Aspiter. Oh, Donald's happy. Am I sure? Yes. People don't usually. I do love the Hogfather. It's something very. I find it very comforting in an odd way, because it acknowledges the fact that beliefs and traditions evolve and change, and not everybody does it the same way. And I don't know, it just makes me really happy that it's acknowledged that belief evolves, because so many people like to put a pin in religion of any kind and kind of go, no, this is what it is, full stop, that end. It's a fixed thing. It's really not. Belief changes as we do. And to see it in a story so clearly done, oh, wonderful. It's just wonderful. I love it. Because our own history of the holidays in terms of Christmas as we know it at the moment, it's really clear when you live in the southern hemisphere and it's not winter, because it's suddenly incredibly obvious that it's a midwinter event. Christmas could not happen at any other time of the year and still be Christmas, because notwithstanding the weather today, I'm in summer. I'm in a period of time where there is readily available food and the sun is up until very late at night. And it feels odd for all of the traditions and all of the things associated with Christmas, because they're all winter. They're all winter themes. They all want to be inside with lots of people doing things together inside, because you can't go out. So this sense of eating a big, dense, heavy, rich meal that in winter is exactly what you want. Not the case when you live in New Zealand or Australia or possibly South America or any of these places that are warm at this time of year, because nobody wants to be in a kitchen that's had an oven going for hours. Nobody wants a heavy, dense carb meal, because it's beautiful outside. Well, it should be beautiful outside. You should be outside doing it. So a Kiwi Christmas, an Aussie Christmas, they tend to be very, very different to Northern Hemisphere Christmases. And they don't feel like Christmas as a result. This sitting around a table, playing board games, playing cards, telling jokes with extended family, that happens in the middle of winter, when you have really long nights and you're making sure your old people are warm and well cared for, and you've got children you want to keep an eye on and keep close. And yes, it's hard and food is boring and all. It's a midwinter festival. For it to have been turned into something very different over the years makes sense. I mean, why wouldn't you merge things and go, well, hey, we're all having a big party now anyway, let's give it a new name. It makes sense to me. But the fact that it is a midwinter thing becomes so very clear when you're not in winter, when it happens. Because the faith elements that have been layered on top of this midwinter festival could still be happening, and often are happening in this part of the world. But it becomes very clear that that's not what we think of as Christmas. The thing we think of as Christmas is the midwinter things. The actual religious association to Christianity has been added later. That's not Christmas. That's a religious thing. Christmas isn't a religious thing. That happens at midwinter. It becomes very obvious when it's not winter. Anyway, that was my little rant for the moment. So yeah, I find Hogfather educational, because I do. And Terry Pratchett was an awfully clever chap, and he's very good at hiding, not even hiding, he's very good at folding reality into Discworld and just giving it enough of a veneer to go, I'm not saying this is actually what we're doing, I'm just putting it in there. He's very good at that. And it doesn't take very much to just peel back that veneer and go, oh, okay, that's what you were talking about. Yeah, he's very good at that. I do enjoy it when he does that. He does it I like when he does it in moving pictures, because he looks at the whole cult of celebrity in moving pictures and makes it so very clear that fame for the sake of fame is different than fame for having done something. You know, the being well known for making something, achieving something, discovering something is very different from the fame of having your face everywhere. I did find that interesting, his take on that. And plus, you know, moving pictures has some of the lovely origin stories of some of my favourite characters. We meet Dibbler for the first time in moving pictures. We meet Gaspode. I love Gaspode. We meet Detritus before he joins the Watch. We meet Detritus at the same time. Detritus meets Ruby. And yay! Who knew I wanted a troll love story backstory? I totally needed that backstory. But Gaspode, love Gaspode. I love that he's had 2 backstories and they both work together. So that's always fun. Moving pictures is, again, a bit like Small Gods. It can work as an entirely separate standalone because events in the movie kind of are self-contained yeah. It's a little bit Doctor Who-ish, the nature of the timey-wimey nature of moving pictures. But I did like moving pictures. It's one of those that doesn't get the acclaim that I think perhaps it deserves, but like soul music, like a few other things, you maybe need to have the right knowledge to go into it with, which is a bit of a shame. The same thing for Masquerade, actually, because you need to know Phantom of the Opera. Well, do you? Well, yeah, you do. You need to have seen or know of the musical Phantom of the Opera, which I did. I was a teenager at the height of the Lloyd Webber insanity that was Phantom of the Opera. I was 11, I think, when it first hit the West End, and it was insane. Not least because I am of British heritage and knew who Michael Crawford was before he played the Phantom. And again, some of that knowledge is relevant in some of the things in Masquerade. So the more you know. I love Masquerade. I think it's fabulous. And I do find it a bit sad that we don't get more of Agnes, because we get her in Masquerade and we get her in Carpe Jugulum. But that's kind of it. Yeah. I liked Agnes. To be fair, I don't love Agnes as much as I love Tiffany. So, you know, that as the addition to the witches is understandably where the story went, but I liked Agnes. I felt for Agnes. She was kind of cool. Even then, Carpe Jugulum. So much reference to Twilight as well as Dracula and Nosferatu. But yeah, a lot of Twilight in that one. A lot of Twilight in that one. But that's okay. In the same way as Unseen Academicals, which is, I think, the last of the Wizard books. Just trying to think. Yeah, I think it is. And it doesn't really focus on the wizards. It focuses on Glenda, who is a maid at the Unseen University. Yes, don't go near the castle. Okay. The Igor that we get in Masquerade, in Carpe Jugulum. I love him so much. I also love the Igor that we get in Going Postal. That one's fun. The thing that cook could do with kidneys. Anyway. This is terrible. If you haven't read Discworld, you're thinking, what the hell are you talking about, Derry? I'm talking about Discworld, and if you're here, you need to know this about me, that I make no apologies for the fact that I love Discworld. Oh, you didn't know that? Oh, you definitely need to read The Witches, Marianne. You absolutely need to read The Witches. You absolutely do, because the theatre, the stage, the concept of pretend is a big thing in the witches' stories. Weird Sisters, I was saying earlier to Ben, very much Macbeth, a little bit of Hamlet in there, very theatrical, like Shakespeare oozing out of the pages of that. Witches Abroad leans more into the fairy tale, Wizard of Oz, Grimm, that kind of storytelling. Then we get to Lords and Ladies, which is A Midsummer Night's Dream. That's just what that is. Midsummer Night's Dream. Then we get Masquerade. Then we get Carpe Jugulum. So we go Phantom of the Opera and Twilight. I'm trying to think what comes after those. That's, people who haven't read Discworld should go and read them. Yes, they should. But, I'm biased. 3 things off my gravestone. Has read Discworld, Lovecraft, and Wheel of Time. Well done. I was actually thinking of... because, hey, it's just who I am, okay? What do I want on my gravestone? I ain't dead. Because that just tickles me. Shadia, I'm the only one here who hasn't read Discworld. I feel ignorant and ashamed. You do not have to feel ignorant and ashamed. Maybe get an audiobook though. They're really good. The new ones, while they don't have the same kind of quaintness of the old ones, because they are done far more professionally and with far better quality, they also have Peter Serafinowicz as Death. One of the things the new audiobooks do is they have, much like the Discworld books with the sub-series, they have sets of narrators. So Indira Varma, who played Oberyn's girlfriend in Game of Thrones, Indira Varma, she's also in, I want to say Fleabag, but I don't know that that's true. Anyway, she does the voices for the Witches books. Peter Serafinowicz does Death across all of them. Bill Nighy does the footnotes, and wonderful. So that insertion of author voice is just wonderfully done. And Peter Serafinowicz has just got the best voice for Death. And I know it sounds blasphemous. I know. I think he does better than Christopher Lee in the animated Weird Sisters. Soul Music. Yeah, I think Peter Serafinowicz is fabulous. So yeah, the new I say new, they're a couple of years old now. The new audio for Discworld are worth it. They're very good. They are very good. Yeah, they're really awesome. You really should. And they're no hardship. They're not difficult to get into. they're just, I don't know, they're fun. I like them. They're fun with some depth, but even the depth is done with a tongue-in-cheek kind of vibe. I Ain't Dead is relevant because Granny Weatherwax, who is the oldest, well, not even the oldest, that's not true, who is the leader of the witches that the witches don't have because witches don't have leaders, Granny Weatherwax goes borrowing. So she can be at home in her bed and her consciousness will be riding with an animal. So she goes flying with geese in spring, and she goes experimenting. She goes borrowing. That's her thing. But she was encountered doing this once by a small child, and the small child panicked that, oh my God, she's dead. And now Granny takes a sign with her when she's going to go borrowing, and she will lay on her bed with the sign that says, I ain't dead. So that's... And yes, the good selling picture for Discworld is Death riding a motorcycle, which is a wonderful conglomeration of bits and pieces and parts. And he stole the Dean's leather jacket, Born to Ruin. it's on the back in studs. It's fabulous. That's from Soul Music. That's when music enters the Discworld, and rock music precisely, and inspires a group of musicians. Wasn't he in Good Omens? Death is in Good Omens, and yes, it is the same Death from Discworld, because Terry Pratchett. And yes, he's fabulous. Death riding a motorbike, didn't get the Born to Room coat, but it's clearly where he got the skills that he needed to ride the jigsawed together motorcycle he gets on the disc. Because he doesn't wear a helmet in the disc version. Though he does know more about world history in Good Omens. So, the hellhound called Dog, yes, in fact. The hellhound called Dog with an inside-out ear is incredibly charming. Trying to figure out the mystery that is Cat. I love Good Omens. Good Omens is great. I still have to watch the third one. I don't know if the third one's out yet. It's third season. It can't be, otherwise I'd have seen it. Because it's on Prime, and I have Prime. So, yeah, the third one can't be out yet. I do love the adaptation. They could not have cast that any better. They really couldn't. David Tennant as Aziraphale, as Crowley, just sheer perfection. And it has the best prophecy. The whole thing is amazing. Good Omens is glorious. It is a very, like a lot of things we've talked about today, it's very much a product of its time. So there's a lot of 80s sort of vibe reference to it. But it's so clever. It's just so clever. In the year of our Lord, 1997, thou shalt invest in the orchard of a goodman, Steve Jobs. So yes, invest in Apple, basically. Would have been amazing in that year. Made a fortune. But yes, the whole premise of the nice and accurate book of prophecies by Agnes Nutt is brilliant. She is based on a real witch, which I adore. I love that there are places in the world that still have real traditions and stories that such bizarre and hilarious stories can be woven around. It's just magic. Absolutely magic. Yeah. So if nothing else, Edie, you have read something Discworld adjacent with knowing that Death rides a motorcycle. Because, yeah, definitely Discworld adjacent. He does get some very good moments, Death. Death actually goes across the series in a really wonderful way. He's not in the Death books very much, and that does bother quite a few new readers who come into it going, oh, what a fabulous idea. You know, these books from Death's perspective, not knowing that the books that are called the Death books in Discworld don't actually have him as the main plot. He's often the B plot, sometimes the C plot. But the richness of him is that Death is in very nearly every single book, either as a passing cameo or full-on scenes with characters in the book. He does very well when he's talking to Granny. He does very well when he's talking to Vimes. And Rincewind and he have an interesting relationship. The ongoing relationship of Death with the characters in Discworld in itself is its own story. Because we see Death evolve throughout the story. The anthropomorphic personification, I said that in the right way the first time, and is wonderful to watch. The humanization as this belief in death gets changed as, again, what we believe changes. We see it in the Death character as the story progresses. Marvellous. We need to remember that Granny stared at Death and Death blinked first. Yes, she did. She could outstare a cat, quite famously. She also beat him at poker, which I do find entertaining. When and if you read that one's in Lords and Ladies. Yes, that one's in Lords and Ladies because, no, it's not. It's in Witches Abroad. It's in Witches Abroad. because they're out traveling and they stop somewhere where a child needs to be shared. You cancelled your Audible subscription. I'll tell you what, I have a make-believe page in my journal, Eda. I say that because it's my book math. Book math. And this is made up of imaginary numbers, mostly. Everything has a recommended retail. And if I buy things at the recommended retail, it tells me, if I were to buy at recommended retail, it tells me the value of books that I have read every year. And then I say, this is how much I've spent on books this year. And I include my Audible subscription in that. So I then have, at the end of every year, an imaginary number that's the money I saved. Here's the thing. My Audible subscription gives me a discount on everything, not just Audible. It gives you a discount across the platform. That Audible subscription, that if you try and cancel, they let you do every second month, saves me enough money that it pays for itself within a year. So do think about picking that up again. Just saying. Granny didn't know how to lose. She didn't really ever have to practice. That's right. We'll do Discord next year. Yay! I think Audible will do a 99p a month for 3 months. Oh, well worth it. Well worth it. Because they're so great. You're excited to meet Rincewind. I've heard of him. Rincewind is a character. He is the central figure of most of the wizard books. You actually meet more wizards in the not wizards books because the wizard books follow Rincewind, and he's often not at the university where the wizards live. He's usually lost somewhere else. So there's a lot of stranger in a strange land stories that happen around Rincewind because he's often the fish out of water. Wizards are cool. I'm a fan of the main body of wizards, and the Arch-Chancellor Ridcully for me will always be Brian Blessed. Loud, big, boisterous, kind of oblivious to everything around him. He has the booming voice. Brian Blessed absolutely is Ridcully in me, in my head. That is headcanon. That is set in concrete. That is so solid. Has anybody read any Barbara Hamley? I have not. And she has some seriously cool wizards. I clearly need to look into Barbara Hamley because I like the sound of that on that alone. Thanol likes Mudstrom, Ridcully, and the Bursar. I do like their interactions in Hogfather when we get the... I'll see if I can find it. I do have it bookmarked. There is a scene. In fact, yes, I do want to find it because I'm going to read the Hex scene if I can find it. Where are we? No? Nope. No? And this one? There we go. Hex. Hex lives in the high energy magic building. Hex worried Ponder Stibbins. He didn't know how it worked, but everyone else assumed he did. Oh, he had a good idea about some parts, and he was pretty certain that Hex thought about things by turning them all into numbers and crunching them. A clothes wringer from the laundry, or CWL, had been plumbed in for this very purpose. But why did it need a lot of small religious pictures? And there was the mouse. It didn't seem to do much, but whenever they forgot to give it cheese, Hex stopped working. There were all those ram skulls. The ants wandered over to them occasionally, but they didn't seem to do anything. What Ponder worried about was the fear that he was engaged in a cargo cult. He'd read about them. Ignorant and credulous people whose island might once have been visited by some itinerant merchant vessel that traded pearls and coconuts for such fruits of civilization as beads of glass, mirrors, axes, and sexual diseases, would later make big models of ships out of bamboo in the hope of once again attracting this magical cargo. Of course, they were far too ignorant and credulous to know that just because you built the shape, you didn't get the substance. He'd built the shape of Hicks, and it occurred to him he'd built it in a magical university where the border between real and not real was stretched so thin you could almost see through it. He got the horrible suspicion that somehow they were merely making solid a sketch that was hidden somewhere in the air. Hicks knew what it ought to be. All of this depressed Ponder. He was certain that the world ought to work in a more efficient way. And now even the things he thought were going right were going wrong. He stared glumly at Hicks's quill pen and its tangle of springs and wire. The door was thrown open. Only one person could make a door bang on its hinges like that. Ponder didn't even turn around. "Hello again, Aunt Chancellor." "That thinking engine of yours working?" said Ridgely. "Only there's an interesting little—" "It's not working," said Ponder. "It ain't? What's this, a half holiday for Hogswatch?" "Look," said Ponder. Hicks wrote, plus, 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 whoops, here comes the cheese, plus, 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 melon, 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 plus, 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 error, at address, 14, Treacle Mine Road, at Horport, plus, 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 exclamation, 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 plus, 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 one, plus, 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 redo from start, plus, plus, plus. "What's going on?" said Ridgely as the others pushed in behind him. "I know it sounds stupid, Aunt Chancellor, but we think it might have caught something off the bursar." "Daftness, you mean?" "That's ridiculous, boy," said the Dean. "Idiocy is not a communicable disease." "I used to think that too. Now I'm not so sure. Anyway, you can catch wisdom, can't you?" "No, you can't," snapped the Dean. "It's not like flu. Wisdom is, well, instilled." "We bring students here and hope they catch wisdom off us, don't we?" said Ridgely. "Well, metaphorically," said the Dean. "And if you hang around with a bunch of idiots, you're bound to become pretty daft yourself," Ridgely went on. "Oh, I suppose, in a manner of speaking. And you've only got to talk to poor old Bursar for 5 minutes, and you think you're going a bit potty yourself. Am I right?" The wizards nodded glumly. The Bursar's company, although quite harmless, had the habit of making one's brain squeak. "So, Hicks here has caught daftness off the Bursar," said Ridgely. "Simple. Real stupidity beats artificial intelligence every day." He banged his pipe on the side of Hicks's listening tube and shouted, "Feeling all right, old chap?" Hicks wrote, plus, 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 "Hi, Mum, is testing, plus, 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 melon, 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 plus, 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 out of cheese, error, plus, 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 Mr. Jelly, plus, plus, plus." Hicks seems perfectly able to work out anything, purely to do with numbers, but when it tries anything else, it does this, says Ponder. "See, Bursar's disease," said Ridgely. "The bee's knees when it comes to adding up, but pig's ear at everything else. Tried giving him dried frog pills." "I'm sorry, sir, that's a very uninformed suggestion," said Ponder. "You can't give medicine to machines." "I don't see why not," said Ridgely. He banged on the tube again and bellowed, "Soon have you back on your, yes indeed, old chap. Where's that board with all the letter and number buttons, Mr. Stibbons?" "Ah, good." He sat down and typed, with one finger, as slowly as a company chairman. "Dried frog pills." Hicks's pipe jingled. "That can't possibly work, sir," said Ponder. "It ought to," said Ridgely. "If he can get the idea of being ill, he can get the idea of being cured." He typed, "Lots of dried frog pills." "Seems to me," he said, "that this thing believes what it's told. Am I right?" "Well, it's true that Hicks has, if you want to put it that way, no idea of an untruth." "Right, well, I've just told the thing it's had a lot of dried frog pills. It's not going to call me a liar, is it?" There were some clicks and whirrings within the structure of Hicks. Then it wrote, plus, 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 "Good evening, Art Chancellor. I am fully recovered and enthusiastic about my tasks. Plus, plus, plus. Not mad then. Plus, plus, plus. I assure you I am sane. I assure you I am as sane as the next man. Plus, plus, plus. Bertha, move away from the machine, will you? Said Fred Kelly. Okay. There's a certain unstoppable singleness of direction about Ridgely that I find utterly endearing. Oh, have I thought about doing a clip about sci-fi TV series like Firefly and Babylon 5? I have, actually. I want to really get a chance to get a couple of other fans on, and so we can geek out. I also need to bully Evie some more because Evie still hasn't watched Firefly, which I am not happy about. If anybody in this stream hasn't seen Firefly, you totally need to go and watch Firefly. Firefly is amazing. Firefly is one of the greatest tragedies of television. If it had come any earlier or any later, it would have gone differently. If it had been earlier, it would have been given time to shine. If it had come later, it would have been streamed and been allowed to shine. It just didn't get what it needed to thrive. And it really should have. It was so clever and so funny and so well acted and so well written. It was perfection. And it's upsetting that it didn't get the time that it deserved. However, this many years removed, a lot of years removed, when the reboot or the, what's the word I'm looking for? I can't think. When it gets resurrected from the dead by another channel, it's the dream is long gone. The actors have all moved too far off. There's been too much time for that to work, and anything else would simply be a different version. It wouldn't be Firefly as I want it to be. The silver lining of that means nothing can tarnish what we got. And what we got was 14 incredible episodes and a movie that did a really, really good job of tying up what ends it could. The sadness is that we didn't get the depths that I know were being built in. And I know because I'm that Firefly geek. I've watched the panels, I've watched interviews, I've heard all of the stories, and there was going to be so much more than we got. That's the tragedy. That what we got is amazing and outstanding in every sense of the world, and what we didn't get, we'll never get. And that makes me so sad. So sad. Anyway. Sure. Take a breath. The other one I absolutely adore is Battlestar Galactica. The reboot of that, earlier this year, so almost a year ago, rewatched all 4 seasons. Has held up so incredibly well. So incredibly well. For them to take this old TV show that was a bit silly and base it instead around this apocalyptic attack on humanity, for it to be a response to 9/11 was incredible, just incredible. And the conversations that it has around belief and how belief informs people's actions, and around othering and what that does to people, and around distrust, and around the nature of humanity and things that we find important. Honestly, it said so many incredible things about humanity, and that's all still incredibly relevant. Amazing. And yes, Thano, I did see the news this week that Stargate is getting a new continuing, a new extension of series of content. And that is really cool, because it is one of those franchises that's got a richness to it, where they can explore so much, and they have done so much. And I was looking that the creative team behind Stargate it has a lot of original people, has people from the original movie as well as from that original series, and that gives me comfort isn't quite the right word, but it's nearly the right word. I feel very reassured by that they're going to be very true to what the series is. Like, they haven't brought in all new people who want to put a new spin on anything. They're like, no, we just want more of this. This is really good. Let's do more of this. It's good. That is comforting to me. Because, I remember when the movie first, because yes, I am that old. I loved the movie. The fact that movie just kind of went, it never hit the heights that I thought it deserved. Always made me really sad. But the fact that as a concept, Stargate has gone on and is now one of the most long-lived sci-fi TV shows, just makes me so happy. Like, really happy. Because when I saw the film at the very beginning of its existence as a concept, I remember thinking, this is amazing. This could be so much as an idea. And it has done. And I love that. That makes me so happy. Honestly. A bit like the reading thing. I like it when we get something that can just be enormous, and you can kind of jump in and explore this universe, this enormous thing. And I'm a fan. I'm a fan. The kid that played Ra was so dangerous in his calm and control. He was really good, and I can't think if I saw him anywhere else ever. Oh, that's gone weird. That's even weirder. Really looked like a system lord. Yeah, he did. That calmness, what's the word? The presence that he managed to bring to that. I was impressed by that kid. I should look into that, see what he did after that, because he must have done something. And I just can't, off the top of my head, kind of connect him to it. But anyway, I enjoyed that. I did very much enjoy Stargate. I was trying to think. Then again, I'm Gen X enough to just love Kurt Russell. I don't have Netflix anymore, and I did several years ago, and I didn't know there was a sequel to the Christmas Chronicles. So I'm hoping I get to see that at some point soonish, because again, I like Kurt Russell. I mean, he did some pretty cheesy stuff when he was really young with Disney. Like, really young with Disney. But then he did some really cool stuff. He did The Thing, and he did Escape from New York, and, that was pretty cool. The guy who played MacGyver was also cool. Richard Dean Anderson. Again, Gen X. Although I didn't have a crush on him. My mum had a crush on Richard Dean Anderson. I just thought he was cool. But she was a big fan. And I didn't like the reboot of MacGyver. Like, leave it alone. Just leave it alone. Besides which, MacGyverism isn't even a thing anymore. People just YouTube. How do I do the thing? YouTube it. MacGyver would have to make stuff up as he went. That was cool. Also, kind of dumb. Hindsight now shows us that a lot of what he did either didn't work or wouldn't work, or was unnecessary because there was an easier way. I don't think that's quite what you meant to type, Evie. You can't really read. You can't finally read. Well, okay. Good to know. I actually thought that you were visiting your mother-in-law. The last time we spoke, you were going to go there, and that was going to be the plan. So I'm kind of glad she did come to you in the end, because there was going to be extra driving. I'm guessing Aaron had to drive her home. So I hope Aaron's home safe. Yeah, I thought so. It's a bit concerning that your autocorrect goes from can to can't. Really, you want it to go the other way, don't you? Can't to can. Because, the automatic thing should be. But anyway, that's just me on my, mental health self-talk. I've had to do a fair bit of that in the last few days. So, because Christmas is not a great time for those of us with not great mental health. That's okay. I'm still here with a clean kitchen floor after spilling sugar all over it, and with custard to have pudding. Yum. Yes, that was the plan to go. If a tree fell on the road, fell on the roof and ceiling. Oh my God. Obviously, she's okay. She's just come for Christmas and has now gone home. Oh my God. That is drama at Christmas. Holy crap. Sorry, that's a really shocking thing to hear. I'm glad she's okay, because holy crap. And it's not so bad that she can't go home, so that's a good thing. That's a whole story that we're going to have to get at some point. Obviously, you're welcome to come on screen and share it with us. But, I also get that you might just want to chill out at home. Because, it's Christmas for the rest of you. I'm the only one in the future. But the future's not looking great today, guys. It's raining and bleh. Again, the tree outside does have one and 2/4 of a flower, or flowers rather, and that there is one almost fully emerged flower and 2 little thinking about being flowers on the Pohutukawa tree. Insurance has set her up in a hotel. Ooh, fancy. Oh, hotel at Christmas. That is fancy. Oh, and after you finish stuffing your face. Yay. Not that I'm saying we like your stuffed face, but that you'll be joining us. My newest conspiracy theory is that Evie cut down the tree to maximize her reading time. If it was a conspiracy theory, I'm going so far as to say that the outcome would be Evie in the hotel room. Just saying. I could be wrong. She can correct us later when she joins us. But yeah, that's a bit scary at Christmas to have a tree fall on your house. Evie will neither confirm nor deny said rumours. But yes, let's face it, we all like a bit of extra time to ourselves to read. I'm doing okay this month for reading. So, to continue the conspiracy, it appears that the spear cuts through trees, not just water. That's a pretty hardy spear, to be fair. Very hardy spear. And now I'm thinking of all of the times I've watched things about how trees cope with extreme winds and things like straws that go through trees and the straw isn't broken. Trees are fascinating. Did you? Sorry, this is a running gag in my family. Did you know? Did you know banana trees can move? They shift. Over the course of their lifespan, a banana tree can move several feet from where it was grown. I didn't know that. And I found out about that. When did I see that? It was in a book. I read that in a book about, I can't remember what it was about. It was a chapter about genetics and how the whole, we share X number of our genetics with gorillas. Well, we share almost as many with bananas. They can even walk. Yeah. That was I can't even think now where it was I read that. Where did I read that? Do you know what? It might have been in the Science of Discworld. Because, hey, Britain, why are you surprised I'm still going? I live by myself. The weather is foul. My mental health, not great. So I'm totally going to hang out with people because, one, I said I was going to, and a bit of a dark moment, to make sure I got here. Sorry, but true. So, yeah, I'm totally here because it is good for my mental health to have people here and in the comments and talking to me about things I love. And, yeah, well, why not? Also, I do struggle at Christmas, and I know I'm not alone struggling at Christmas. So for however dark it is, I'm here very deliberately on Christmas. But pretty sure bananas are where we get our ideas from. Well, It definitely shows in some people. Definitely. Perhaps they're a little closer to the banana. Who knows? Pretty sure I know some banana people. Pretty sure. I'm pretty sure I'm probably related to some things. Anyway, that might be a bit close to the bone, or skin, as we're going. Did I already do a Bear and the Nightingale reading? No, I've only done a few of Hogfather. Mostly been gas bagging. But you are right, and I have marked the appropriate chapters. And I'm happy. I shall read that now, perhaps. So, for those of you who have been here long enough to have heard my Christmas ranting about Christmas, and I'm sorry, Ida, deliciousness is not something that we want to be looking for in ourselves. Just saying. That's it. Oh, okay, I'll wait for you. Okay. I can wait. Sorry, that's a lot of expletives, and we all know that more than 3 is a sure sign of madness. I actually had to start paying attention to my own messages when I read that. This is a Discworld reference, people, and that anyone who writes letters with more than 3 exclamation points is absolutely deranged, obviously. And yeah, I realised that I do it a lot. So, more than 5. I appreciate the correction. Thank you. Read more Hogfather in the meantime. Oh, okay. You're welcome to join if you would like. Maybe? Sorry, my computer has been really weird lately. It's not. It's not going to let me open Discord. It was pretty scary. This was touch and go this morning for happening at all. I had to go into the command screen this morning and uncorrupt some things because it shut down twice yesterday. There you go. Evie can cover you when she gets here. Awesome. Philip! Can't stay, about to eat with wife and daughter, but so glad to wish a lovely stream. It's wonderful to know you and share a passion for stories. Hooray! Merry Christmas and love to your lovely family, because they support the channel, therefore we support them, because they let us steal you occasionally. So have a wonderful Christmas, and it's incredibly flattering that you popped in. So feeling very special. Merry Christmas. And I am going to read some Hogfather while Evie comes upstairs. Okay, Hogfather. Here we go. Quite close to the end. Well, kind of. Susan, who is Death's granddaughter, for reasons, is confronting him with the fact that he has been portraying the Hogfather throughout this Hog's Watch. It's been a long night, grandfather. I'm tired and I need a bath. I don't need silliness. The sun would not have risen. Really? Then what would have happened, pray? A mere ball of flaming gas would have illuminated the world. They walked in silence for a moment. Ah, said Susan. Trickery with words. I would have thought you'd have been more literally minded than that. I am nothing if not literal minded. Trickery with words is where people live. All right, said Susan. I'm not stupid. You're saying humans need fantasies to make life bearable. Really? As if it was some kind of pink pill? No, humans need fantasy to be human, to be the place where the falling angel meets the rising ape. Tooth fairies, Hogfathers, a little... Yes, Practice. You have to start out learning to believe the little lies, so we can believe the big ones. Yes, justice, mercy, duty, that sort of thing. They're not the same at all. You think so? Take the universe, grind it down to the finest powder, sieve it through the finest sieve, and show me one atom of justice, one molecule of mercy. And yet, Death waved a hand, and yet you act as if there is some ideal order in the world, as if there is some rightness in the universe by which it may be judged. Yes, but people have got to believe that, or what's the point? My point exactly. Death gets it. Christmas exists in Discord. It certainly does. Death exists as Hogswatch night, when the Hogfather arrives and gives presents to the well-behaved boys and girls. And yeah, of course he does. Ha! Guess who's here? It's Evie. Oh, why is the screen doing this?
Oh, it's because of, you can hear me, right, by the way?
I can hear you. Lovely.
Okay, cool. Yes, it is because of the style, I think.
I know.
Yeah,
thanks.
if you go to style and scroll at the bottom, for whatever reason it was put at like square last time.
Oh, okay. Wonderful. Thank you. Merry Christmas, Evie.
That is my gift to you.
Thank you. Merry Christmas.
Merry
It's so lovely to see you.
Festivus for the rest of us, or in the case of Sir Terry Pratchett, happy Hogswatch.
Yeah, man. But yeah, it is lovely to see you. Merry Christmas. And Aaron. And to Aaron's mum. And yeah.
I have them both, so I can support you with reading if you want.
Yay!
Now that I've actually read Hogfather.
Yay! I'm hoping you loved it.
Oh, so you didn't see my review. Okay, cool.
No, not yet. I haven't caught up with anything because I had a pretty rubbish day yesterday. So.
Well, okay, then don't look it up today.
Oh, okay. Not your favourite then.
Definitely not my favorite.
Ah, that's sad. But did you love Susan?
Oh God, I love Susan. So spoiler alert here. I love Susan.
Yep.
I love Death because I love Death. But and this is I don't think you would argue with me. Pratchett has a structure with all of his, at least, Discworld books that I've read so far.
Mm-hmm.
I just was not compelled by the individual mysteries or plot elements, and then I just didn't like how that came together either.
Okay.
Basically, I didn't like the plot, but I loved the characters.
Mr. Tiatame.
Yeah, it's so time. No, it's Tiatame. Tea time?
Tiatame is how he says it.
Yeah.
And everyone else calls him tea time because it's funny.
Yeah.
But,
There was I did I loved the philosophical, like, not debates, but like his stances on so much of this stuff. Like, I was listening to it and I'm like, oh, I have to stop and mark this passage. Where is that? There's one
you
point.
book to write that down in, Evie.
I know, I do, but I don't want to ruin it, Derry.
It's more ruining.
This line cracked me up. While evidence says that the road to hell is paved with good intentions, they're probably all on first steps.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, everybody has that good, and everyone knows that the journey is the important thing, and the first step, you've got to take the first step. They all forget they've got to keep taking steps.
And on a different note, another line that I absolutely adored: Binky was not challenged by the high stairs. It wasn't that he flew; it was simply that he walked on a ground level of his own devising. And I'm like, oh, you, Binky!
Binky is the best. Binky, for those who don't know, and there are people in my chat who don't know, which is kind of weird because it means you're on my channel and not read Discord. That still seems very strange. Binky is Death's horse. Yes, it is a silly name for Death's horse. It is the right name for Death's horse. I actually knew some people many years ago. Their kids went to the same school as mine. And when we visited them once, they had a rocking horse in the corner. And they painted it white. And its reins said Binky. And I was like, okay, I love you people. You people are my people.
That's amazing.
And hello, Mike. Yes, the characters on Discord is absurd. There are tooth fairies. Yes, there are. Some of them are just really lovely, hardworking girls. I mean, you've got to pay the bills. But there are just... There's an element to Hogfather about dreams and nightmares. And oh my God, that's the most nightmarish thing, and how it's the ordinariest things that are the worst nightmares.
Yeah. Also, if you don't love Susan just by Twyla saying, Susan says, don't get afraid, get angry. I'm like, yeah, fuck yeah, Susan.
Oh, yeah. Definitely. This makes me happy, Mike. But her telling Twyla off for lisping is beautiful.
Yeah. Oh, God.
Yeah, it's intolerable. And don't do it. The dynamic that Susan brings as the governess to these two children, and it's very deliberately a Mary Poppins satire.
There is a reference to Mary Poppins.
Yeah, it is so good.
Yeah,
so good. I love it so much. You know, she's sitting there talking to the bird on her hand, and he directly says, much like a governess with a bluebird, or singing to a bluebird. You know, I love that so much. So good.
Can I read another favorite passage that I marked?
Go on then.
Okay. So, Death was fascinated by humans. By the way, this is Death with a capital D. Death was fascinated by humans, and study was never a one-way thing. A man might spend his life peering at the private life of elementary particles and then find he either knew who he was or where he was, but not both. Death, with a capital D, had picked up humanity. Not the real thing, but something that might pass for it until you examined it closely. The house even imitated human houses. Death had created a bedroom for himself, despite the fact that he never slept. If he really picked things up from humans, had he tried insanity? It was very popular, after all. Like that.
The richness of Death as a character is like the biggest sandpit. It's like, how could you not play with that? It's just so glorious. So glorious. So glorious. I love it to bits.
Okay, now that I'm here, you can do the Bear the Nightingale reading.
Oh, okay. Yay. Okay, this was Thanos' idea. Because I said I was going to do Hogfather readings because it was Christmas, and he said, well, you could do Bear and the Nightingale because, you know, again, because Christmas is a winter thing. And Bear and the Nightingale, winter.
I will read along with you. It will be like an immersion experience in real life. Which page?
We are on page 23.
Oh, the ones that I told you. Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay.
Because I just think this one is just beautiful. And for those who don't know, Bear and the Nightingale by Catherine Arden.
Derry and I have a full mostly spoiler free at the beginning, and then spoiler filled discussions of each one of the books on my channel, because this is the one series that I can pull a Derry on and be the
guru,
the Mother Mary to her sister Catherine.
Yeah, and it's really lovely, people. If you haven't read it, it's so good.
Hi, Zach. Merry Christmas.
Hiya. Okay, where are we? Okay. An oak tree bloomed in her way. The child stopped. This tree was not like the others. It was bigger and blacker and gnarled like a wicked old woman. The wind shook its great black branches. Vasya, beginning to shiver, crept toward it. She laid a hand on the bark. It was like any other tree, rough and cold, even through the fur of her mitten. Vasya stepped around it, craning up at the branches, and then she looked down and nearly tripped. A man lay curled like a beast at the foot of this tree, fast asleep. She couldn't see his face. It was hidden between his arms. Through rents in his clothes, she glimpsed cold, white skin. He did not stir at her approach. Well, he could not lie there sleeping. Not with snow coming out of the south. He would die. And perhaps he knew where her father's house lay. Vasya reached out to shake him awake, but thought better of it. Instead, she said, "Grandfather, wake up. There will be snow before moonrise. Wake up." For long moments, the man did not stir. But just when Vasya was nerving herself to lay a hand on his shoulder, there came a snuffling grunt, and the man raised his face and blinked one eye at her. The child recoiled. One side of his face was fair, in a rough-hewn way. One eye was grey. But the other eye was missing, the socket sewn shut, and that side of his face a mass of bluish scars. The good eye blinked sulkily at the girl, and the man sat back on his haunches as though to see her better. He was a thin creature, ragged and filthy. Vasya could see his ribs through the rents in his shirt, but when he spoke, his voice was strong and deep. "Well," he said, "it is a long time since I have seen a Russian girl." Vasya did not understand. "Do you know where we are?" she asked. "I'm lost. My father is Pyotr Vladimirovich. If you can take me home, he will see you fed and give you a place beside the oven. It's going to snow." The one-eyed man smiled suddenly. He had 2 dog teeth, longer than the rest, that dented his lip when he smiled. He came to his feet, and Vasya saw he was a tall man with big, crude bones. "Do I know where we are?" he said. "Well, of course, Devochka, little maiden. I will take you home, but you must come here and help me." Vasya, spoiled since she could remember, had no particular reason to be untrusting, yet she did not stir. The grey eye narrowed. "What manner of girl-child comes here, all alone?" And then, softer, "Such eyes. Almost I remember. Well, come here." He made his voice coaxing. "Your father will be worried." He bent his grey eye upon her. Vasya, frowning, took a small step toward him, and then another. He put out a hand. Suddenly there came the crunch of hooves in the snow and the snorting breaths of a horse. The one-eyed man recoiled. The child stumbled backward, away from his outstretched hand, and the man fell to earth, cringing. A horse and his rider stepped into the clearing. The horse was white and strong, and when her rider slid to the ground, Vasya saw he was slender and bold-boned, the skin drawn tight over cheek and throat. He wore a rich robe of heavy fur, and his eyes gleamed blue. "What is this?" he said. The ragged man cringed. "No concern of yours," he said. "She came to me. She is mine." The newcomer turned a clear, cold look on him. His voice filled the clearing. "Is she?" "Sleep, Medved. It is winter." And even as the sleeper protested, he sank once more to his place between the oak roots. The grey eye filmed over. The rider turned on Vasya. The child continued edging backwards, poised on the edge of flight. "How came you here, Devochka?" said this man. He spoke with swift authority. Tears of confusion spilled down Vasya's cheeks. The one-eyed man's avid face had frightened her, and this man's fierce urgency frightened her too. But something in his glance silenced her weeping. She lifted her eyes to his face. "I am Vasilisa Petronova," she said. "My father is Lord of Lesnaya Zemla." They looked at each other for a moment, and then Vasya's brief courage was gone. She spun and bolted. The stranger made no attempt to follow, but he did turn his horse when the mare came up beside him. The two exchanged a long look. "He is getting stronger," said the man. The mare flicked an ear. Her rider did not speak again, but glanced once more in the direction the child had taken. Those are mouthful names.
It's true. Can I just have you read this entire book to me next time I do a reread?
Sure. No problem. Who's this?
Have you just been chatting the entire time, by the way, or have you been doing sprints?
No, I've been chatting the whole time. Ben was here for ages, though. Ben hung out for like 2.5 hours. So
wow.
That was awesome.
Well, I do remember seeing him there, but I wasn't sure if you guys did sprints or anything.
No. The intent was literally to hang out because, like I said, Christmas is tough. And I know I'm not alone in finding Christmas tough. So we here to be company. But yeah, I am thinking of winding down soon, though. My throat's getting pretty sore.
I was going to say, talking for almost 4 hours straight, like, bless you, Mary. Mary.
It is what it is. I mean, I can do it quite happily. And this very much fills my social quota for Christmas. I can ignore everybody now with no guilt whatsoever for the next few days and go, no, I did plenty of socializing over Christmas. The fact that I did it while sitting alone in my living room, totally not the point. So, yeah.
Virtual friends are friends.
Yeah, man.
I feel like Bruce from Finding Nemo of like, fish are friends, not food.
Fish are friends. Yeah. I always Bruce is a kind of a joke name in New Zealand and Australia because it's a thing. And so when the shark who lives in the water off Australia is called Bruce, it's a very cultural thing. The people who cracked up I imagine any Kiwis watching Finding Nemo in a theatre in the States felt very strange when they laughed at that and no one else did. Because
so can you explain it to me?
Probably not.
Okay.
It's just a weird thing that's grown. It comes from a lot of different sources. Possibly the most successful that we had I can't think what was that. Fred Clark. He was a comedian, and he did a whole bit where everybody was called Bruce on an Australian cattle farm. It's actually referenced in Discworld, in the Lost Continent. That when he goes to the university on the Lost Continent, Rincewind meets everybody called Bruce, because Bruce. It's Bruce. Yeah, and it may come from words. Why can't I talk now?
Because you used them all up in the last 3 hours.
But yeah, Bruce. So yeah, Bruce is a Antipodean in joke. So yeah, Bruce. Not unlike when Lord of the Rings came to the theatres and everybody in New Zealand couldn't hold it together when Galadriel and her mister came in, because everybody went, oh, it's Harold! Because he played Harold on our weekly soap. So it's really hard to take him seriously. And Haldir, the elf general lord who comes with the army to Helm's Deep, that's Guy Warner. He's the brother of the CEO of the hospital of the drama. And so it's really hard to take him seriously as an elf who's thousands of years old.
And of course, I'm blanking on the name now, but one of the Fly to the Concords guys plays one of the elves.
Yes, Brett McKenzie.
Yes, right. There we go.
And he gets named, what's his name? Frodo is Figwit. He got named Figwit. Frodo is great. Who is that? Figwit. And it became a thing. And so much so Peter Jackson said, we have to have you back because it's a thing now. And yeah. And yes, Mike, Monty Python's Bruce sketch is based on the Fred Clark one that he did in his stand-up. So yes, Haldir, Stark and Ryle from that sequel to Atlas Shrugged. I did not know that. But yeah, he played Guy Warner, the actor who played him. And he will always be Guy Warner to Kiwis because he played him for years, like years. It's very odd seeing him. So yeah.
Wait, hold on, wait. I'm going back. Darnell, are you saying that Dark and Raw is... Oh, wait, hold on. You're making a joke about the Sword of Truth being, or Wizard's First Rule being a sequel to Atlas Shrugged, because Goodkind is a dork. Because I'm like, wait, are there 2 Dark and Raw characters in fiction?
Maybe. Unless we've read everything, we don't know for sure.
This might be a hot take. I actually really like Legend of the Seeker, the show. It's fun popcorn throwback to Xena and Hercules and those, monster episodes of the week. I actually really like
the Seeker, but I used to watch Hercules and Xena because Kiwis.
It's
there's a joke here. In the same way that Michael Bolton was at a similar time, he was the pretty one with the hair, So, Kevin Sorbo was a bit of a joke. Whereas Lucy Lawless, freaking epic. She's amazing. Also in Battlestar Galactica. Just saying.
You know what? Someone hold me to this. Aaron has to work tomorrow. I'm going to watch as much of Firefly tomorrow as I can.
Really?
Yeah.
That makes me so happy.
I might take a gummy and watch it and see how that works, but, might be fun.
That makes me so happy.
Yes, Mike Zed was played by the pilot from the Mad Max movies, whose name was also Bruce. Sorry, I got very excited about that. Because when I saw, I had never seen any of the Mad Max movies. Sorry, Darren. I had never seen any of the Mad Max movies, and then I had gone on a date with a guy that I matched up on OkCupid, obviously before I met my now husband.
I'm glad you quantified that.
Yeah, just to make sure. We went to a retro whatever showing of a movie in the theaters, and it was the second Mad Max movie, Road Warrior, I think,
the best one. Yeah,
and Bruce is in that. And so when Legend of the Seeker came out, and I'm like, it was the opposite. When I saw it, I was like, oh my god, that's the guy from Legend of the Seeker who plays Zed. Like, holy shit. No, Britain, not smoking marijuana. Taking a weed gummy. So hopefully I don't demonetize you in the future, Derry.
That's fine. Because that's so far away, it's not a problem. Fury Road is the new best one. Well, yes, it is the new best one, but for a long, long time, Mad Max 2 was the best one.
Another potentially hot take. I absolutely adore Furiosa.
I haven't seen Furiosa, but I did like the new Fury Road.
I think
Furiosa is great, though.
That Mad Max Fury Road, that was the first Mad Max I'd ever seen. I'd never seen any of the original one. I'd seen Road Warrior. But I didn't put 2 and 2 together that they were the same thing. But Mad Max Fury Road was the first film that my husband and I saw together on our first date. That we did a back-to-back viewing of Mad Max Fury Road and Revenge of the Sith.
Nice.
So
that's pretty good.
Sorry, and that's why Max has his name Max. No, just because it's such a basic dog name. I mean, it is a basic dog name.
No, but
there's also meaning behind it, dadgummit.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Who cares if it's retrospective? It's fine. We're allowed to include new meaning into our lives. Mm-hmm. That's kind of... Seriously, I'm still stuck on the whole you're going to finally watch Firefly. Sorry. I'm so excited. Maybe shouldn't have told me. Should have just watched it and then come back to me. Because if you don't love it, I'm going to be heartbroken.
Or if I get distracted and not watch any of it.
Not watching it is not as great as a heartbreak as you not loving it. Loving it. Even just liking it is going to hurt.
Note to self.
I'm nervous.
Well,
What if you don't love it? Evie, what am I going to do if you don't love it?
I didn't love this one, so does that hurt?
No, because Discworld is always subject to taste.
And Firefly TV's not.
It has Nathan Fillion and Alan Tudyk.
That's true.
And Gina Torres and Joel State.
True. To be fair, I think I told you this. I told you this. I've seen Serenity. That's actually, I basically saw the film, never saw the series. Yeah. So.
And that has Chiwetel Ejiofor. So, you know. That's the operative. He's amazing. Have you seen him in Kinky Boots? Oh my God. So good.
I don't even know what Kinky Boots is. Actually, I do. I know it's a show, but I don't know what the premise of it.
It started life as a movie.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. So
and it's not a musical.
Oh. I thought it was a
musical. Sort of, kind of, not really. Mostly not. A little bit, yes, but mostly not.
Oh, okay.
It's like a British feel-good movie. It's a bit like, oh my God, you're going to tell me you haven't seen this either. The Full Monty.
Nope, I haven't seen that. But I do that Mark Addy's in it.
Yeah. And Robert Carlyle. And, yeah. That's a really funny movie. You should watch The Full Monty. That's funny.
Speaking of Mark Addy and Alan Tudyk, A Knight's Tale.
That's so good. But then again, Heath Ledger.
Yeah, it's true. True.
Yeah.
But
and I'm blanking on his name.
Paul Bettany.
Yes. Love him. Love him so much.
Every so often, I feel like I've said this before, not on necessarily a stream with you, but I know I've said it on the internet somewhere, that every so often the meme comes up where like the real ones remember when these four guys were friends, and it's the Joker, Heath Ledger's Joker, Vision, Vision, and the chicken from Moana.
Oh yeah. There's a really lovely funny clip about that with
Alan Tudyk doing the voiceover stuff. He's like, I went to Juilliard.
Yeah. I love that so much. He's been in so many great movies. Here's an interesting tidbit. It's a family in-joke for a reason. Did you know that Alan Tudyk was taken off all of the promotional movies for iRobot?
For iRobot?
Yeah, with Will Smith.
Really?
Yeah. Because he was performing so much better than Will Smith in the test screenings. So they took him off all the promotional material because Will Smith was the star.
Wait, who did he play the robot?
Yeah, he plays Sonny.
Okay.
But he was just so hugely outperforming Will Smith for audience response in the test screenings that they took him off the promotional material.
I'm pretty sure that was probably a Will Smith decision.
Yeah. So I just found that really entertaining.
Yeah.
Because he is that talented. He did deserve it. But I love that some of his most well-received roles, most people don't know it's him.
I mean, again, maybe another hot take. Him as Steve the Pirate in Dodgeball.
He's amazing.
I love that movie in general, but him as Steve the Pirate is so hysterical and endearing. And I'm like, I just want to wrap him up in somewhere and give him all the coins.
I've never seen him or heard him in anything I didn't love. He is so good. Even though he has no lips and looks like a Muppet.
Sorry. Yeah. He went to Juilliard, so it's fine.
I know. He's so amazing. And he can do anything. He's just fabulous. Superman. I don't think I remember him in Superman. Then again, I did watch Superman such a long time ago. And which Superman are we talking about?
Maybe the latest Superman? I haven't seen the latest Superman, so.
I know my classic Superman, much better. But then I was a fan of Christopher Reeve.
Speaking of classics, I went on a small little movie binge today because they had all their holiday sales or whatever.
Nice.
I got 7. Well, 1. I got Sinners on sale for $4.99, so that bad boy's mine. And then I also got 7, a collection of 7 movies, Audrey Hepburn movies. So
nice.
My mother-in-law was like, she's like, stop spending money. I didn't know you liked it. You like Audrey Hepburn? Have you seen those? I was like, yeah, I love Audrey Hepburn. What are you talking about? Urban Holiday is one of my favorite films of all time.
There are so many great classic movies. What did I see that not long ago?
I will say that I still haven't seen Casablanca or Citizen Kane.
I've seen Casablanca and I haven't seen Citizen Kane, but I think the one that gets me the most is An Affair to Remember. And I only watched it after watching When Harry Met Sally.
Oh, I haven't
it's the
seen
film that she watches.
Yeah, I wait. Have I?
Is it, or is it the other one that they do together?
Is that the one? Is that the movie where they're on the beach? Or no, that's Far and Away.
Because it's the meeting at the top of the Empire.
No, the old movie, like
the East. They meet on a ship. Yeah, they meet on a cruise, and they fall in love, and then they're going to meet at the top of the Empire State Building, and she doesn't show up.
No, okay, not the one I'm thinking of. Yeah. I can't remember what it was, but whatever. It's, I think, Far and Away. No. I will find out what this movie was, and then I will let you know. But if you've ever seen Meet Joe Black,
yeah,
and it's one of your favorite movies, I'm sorry, but your tastes suck because it's the original that is far superior, which is
superior.
Death Takes a Holiday from 1934.
Yeah, Death Takes a Holiday is remarkable. Actually,
it is another one of my favorite films. Love it.
There are some films that just don't need remakes. And one of them is 12 Angry Men.
Which they've remade, like.
Yeah, and who can even think about it? When you think of 12 Angry Men, you do not think of the new movie. You think of the classic movie with Henry Ford, and that is the movie because it's perfect. It did not need a new version. It should be written in your top 10 of all time because it is perfect. It is one of the most perfect movies. The fact that it all takes place in one room and you never get anybody's name is mind-bogglingly awesome. That's how good the movie is. You don't need those things.
Okay, I'm trying to pull this up. I think I could get it. It's one of the big ones. Nope. Not that one. Oh, I finally saw The Godfather, by the way, only like 8 years ago. I don't know how many times, but oh no, this is not showing up like I thought it would.
Oh no.
Blazing Saddles is on this list of 100 classic movies you should watch. And I'm like, yeah, that is a great one.
Really? Oh, but you're a big Mel Brooks fan, so that's okay.
Oh yeah. Wait, you don't
sorry.
You don't like Blazing Saddles?
Sorry.
Aww.
Sorry.
That's okay.
It's not quite in. It's not quite in the corridor of movies. But that's okay.
Nope. I'm gonna find this dadgummit.
Have you seen The Man from Earth? I have not. I don't think. Unless I'm thinking of The Man Who Fell from Earth.
Dude, it's not on this list.
Okay. Maybe you need one of those gummies. Just chill.
Probably.
Just chill.
I vividly remember there was a scene and maybe it is An Affair to Remember. I should probably just look it up. But I vividly remember there's a scene of the couple, like they're on a beach. It's a black and white movie.
Yeah. On a beach. Is it the kissing on the beach scene with the wave coming up?
You son of a bitch. Yes.
Is that the one you're thinking of? That's From Here to Eternity.
Yeah, From Here to Eternity, that's what it is. Whoa! For God's sake. I knew it had the letter F in it, prominently in it.
Sorry. Okay.
Speaking of F shows, Firefly.
It's just the most random thing I think you've ever said. It has a little F in it. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh.
I think I broke Derry.
I'm sorry.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
I'm sorry. Okay.
You know what else has an F in it? Nathan Fillion.
It has two. No, it doesn't. Only one. Two L's. I can spell. I can. Nathan Fillion. Also fabulous. Just saying. Another one who's in all sorts of movies that you don't recognise him in. He was the blue guy that got his nostrils invaded by Groot in Guardians of the Galaxy.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Huh. See, I know really lots of random things. My head is full of random things.
We were watching old episodes of Jeopardy. They still had Ken Jennings as the host, so it's like, it's just not the same. I did get the final Jeopardy answer right. So.
Yeah. I've only started watching Jeopardy in the last few years. A, because now I can find it on somewhere streaming because it doesn't happen here, and B, because of Alan. And I love Jeopardy. Jeopardy is great.
It is so great. I have a vivid memory from when I was in high school, or maybe it was like my first year of college. I was obviously living at home, and every single night at 7:30, because it was Wheel of Fortune at 7, Jeopardy at 7:30, and then the primetime stuff would start at 8. We would always watch Jeopardy. And so there was one night we were watching it. It was my parents, myself, my brother was already off at college, and Final Jeopardy came up, and I don't remember what the category was, but it was like maybe famous sayings or something like that.
Yeah.
But long story short, the answer to the clue, or the question to the clue, was smoking gun. And I immediately, as soon as he read out the question or the answer, I was like, smoking gun! And my parents couldn't figure it out. And all of a sudden, answers come up. It's like, oh yeah, smoking gun, that's right. And my mom yells at me, how did you know that?
Right. I learned a few years ago when I was living with my sister that what I think is common knowledge isn't, because one of the questions was about the Jabberwock in Alice in Wonderland. And so the question was, I can't remember now what the question was, but the answer was the walrus. Because they were talking about the poems in Alice in Wonderland, and the answer was the walrus. And I've gone, oh, the walrus, obviously. And my sister's looked at me and gone, what? From Alice in Wonderland. And she's like, what? I'm like, that's, all I could think was, this is not esoteric knowledge. Surely everybody knows this.
Yeah.
Only to have her go, no, you're weird. Oh, okay, fine. But it's given me some insights to some of the most random questions. Do you guys get Who Wants to Be a Millionaire?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The series of questions? Because I was watching that many, many years ago now, and like the second to last question was, what is a coracle? And I gave all the answers, and I've gone, it's a boat. And then it came out, and the guy got it wrong, and anyway, it was a boat. And my now ex said to me, how the fuck do you know that a coracle is a boat? And I said, you're not going to believe me. And he goes, oh, why? I said, because I read it in Narnia. And it's because Narnia, they have a type of creature that has a big boat foot. And it just makes a big deal about how it's like a coracle, which is a one-person vote.
That's
so,
funny.
yeah. I got myself quite a long way in Who Wants to Be a Millionaire through, Narnia knowledge.
Nice.
So take that, Jimmy. Yeah. The other one I love, because I love general knowledge quiz games. Love them. And the highlight of my possible quiz career has been winning a game of Trivial Pursuit against a big group of family. And it was a very competitive game. And I won it by knowing where you can buy a Pan-Galactic Gargle Blaster. And the question didn't even need to be fully read, because my uncle couldn't wrap his mouth around Pan-Galactic Gargle Blaster. And I said, it's a Pan-Galactic Gargle Blaster and you can get it at Millie Base, the restaurant at the end of the universe. And I'm like, yay! Because I knew I'd won it. And everyone's like, what?
Because you read, Derry.
I know.
Everyone listens the importance of reading.
Honestly, I was so beside myself, because the game went for hours. It was a really long game. And yeah, I was so happy. I was horribly obnoxious because I knew where a Pan-Galactic Gargle Blaster could be purchased. Although I couldn't remember the name of any of the places that could help you detox afterward. But that's okay. That wasn't the question. So, yeah, I love quizzes like that, because that's the kind of crap that lives in my head. Nothing important or like relevant to my life in any way. But
story of my life.
Do you guys get The Chase?
I don't think so. I also don't have cable anymore. And what streaming we do watch, it's on YouTube. Like it's literally just YouTube videos. I don't watch like NBC, ABC, whatever. So maybe, I don't know.
The Chase is a great quiz show because it's not a lot of waffle. There's actually big periods of time when it's just questions and answers. And they have a section at the end where the team of 4 strangers has 2 minutes to answer as many questions as they can. And then the expert, whoever they're facing that day, gets 2 minutes to do as well or beat them. And that's fabulous because it's literally just 2 minutes of questions. And they can be as varied as all get out. And I love watching it with other people and listening to what things they know, because often it's shit I don't know. And they'll just like, oh, that's that. And then I'll say an answer and you can see their faces just do what mine had done, going, how did they know that? And that is some of the best conversations afterward. And I'll be like, how did you know the answer to that? And it'll be something they encountered at work or a person they went to school with. Or the world is just a great, crazy place full of connections that is so random.
Speaking of connections, to Mike's question, I think I've heard you talk about Only Connect, Mike, but I've never actually seen it before. Have you seen Only Connect?
No, I don't know of it. Hardest quiz show Mike's ever seen by a lot. Okay, well, I have to look that up, clearly, because I love quiz shows. I just love them. I don't know if you ever got it, but there was an English one from a long time ago. I don't know if they still make it, called The Krypton Factor. And it would have segments of different things. Like one part would be like a 3-dimensional puzzle of some kind. One part was the physical, so it would be like an obstacle course. And then they'd have an entire section on memory, and they'd give you a random series of numbers that you had to put in the right order, or a random series of words that you had to put in alphabetical order, and the list would get longer until you dropped out. And holy crap, that was hard. Like really hard, because your memory just doesn't like to do that. And you'd be watching these people and be like getting 7 and 8 numbers in, and we're not talking 7, 11, 3, 5,742, 9,203, just random big numbers, and they were putting them in order from memory. Holy moly.
Yeah.
That was astonishing. And yet, anyone who won the Krypton Factor, that's going to mean nothing to anybody in their daily lives. I mean, really, so
But it was
But to
really
have those
something.
skills,
Yeah.
amazing. Aw.
Good night,
I
Elsa.
have to go to bed. Good night. Thank you for spending your evening with me. I appreciate that lots. So Merry Christmas. If I don't see you before, have a wonderful New Year. Stay safe. But yeah, it's one of those things. I love knowing random things, but it benefits me not at all.
Yeah.
There's no advantage to knowing random things except to annoy your relatives by constantly going, oh, did you know?
Or as in my case, I will actually so many people because of my random knowledge. So
yeah, I tell you what, I never used to well actually until I discovered BookTube. I was like, that actually works because that's how I feel when I'm saying these things. It's well actually, but I've only ever used it in context of knowing the meme, which is just really random. But hey, that's the thing. Yeah, knowing random, it's fun. Knowing random things is fun.
Sure.
One of my favorite random things is knowing that wombats poo cubes.
really shit bricks.
Genuinely shit bricks. They really do. It's possibly the randomest fact I know because that's like utterly random. It has no connection to anything else.
I am so sorry for the algorithm for what it's going to go through right after the stream.
It's quite all right. I might learn something new. I love my algorithm sometimes. I discovered there's a thing called a screaming pink armadillo. I thought that was a made-up thing.
Screaming pink armadillo.
Yeah. And so they don't roll downhill. There you go, Mike. Coming in with the law.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna Google it now. Wombat poop cubes.
Yeah.
And I'm looking up images. It looks all right. I'm sorry for anyone that's eating right now, but it looks like one of those like bagged little Debbie brownie things. Yeah.
Real thing. Hey, George.
He's very happy that I'm
And
upset.
the pink fairy armadillo. Yeah, you must have seen the same show as I did, Mike. Because, yeah, I love shows that give me weird random things. Love it. The randomest thing I know, you're forbidden to shoot at a Dutchman with a bow on a Sunday before morning mass. Okay? What if he's not a Dutchman? What if he's just got a Dutchman's clothing on?
I imagine that's probably like a weird New York law since it used to be Dutch area.
Yeah.
That they haven't bothered to like get rid of.
Oh, and the wonderful thing is so many of those laws are still on the books around the world.
Yeah.
And they're right. They are always fun to look into. But, I'm trying to think. I've lost it. There was some of the things I know I've clearly learned after I had a stroke because they fall out, but I know that I knew it.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm sure I knew that thing.
But where's it at?
Yeah, it fell out. And that kind of brings me to my next thing though. There's a woman who quizzes in England, and she was on another great quiz show that they had called Eggheads. That was a great quiz show. And her name is Judith. She was the first woman to win the UK Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Oh. And she said there are only 3 kinds of knowledge. There's the known knowns, where you know something and you know where you got the knowledge from and you trust it implicitly. There's the known unknowns, when you know that you don't know something, that you literally couldn't get it correct, a stab in the dark, unless you were also standing on one leg and whistling and getting hit by lightning. And then the dangerous one, she said, are the unknown knowns, where you know something and you have no idea how you know it. She said, those are the hardest ones because you have to judge whether or not you can trust it. And I thought about it, and I thought, she's bloody right. Because you do know, when you get a question, you're like, I have no idea. Then you get a question, you're like, the answer is this. And then you go, is it?
Yeah.
Kind of go,
You second guess yourself, like, where did I pull that out from?
Yeah, hang on. Can I attach that to learning something? No. And she was so right. And I can now categorize anything in a quiz show to that.
And add the fourth type to Tharnall's point, the forbidden one. Forbidden knowledge.
Yeah. Given us by the Master Cthulhu. Or Crowley, depending on your law.
That's hysterical. REPW. But what have you been reading? Have you been reading anything, Derry?
I'm not doing too bad. I'm about halfway through Proven Guilty, so that I can get to 12 months for the release next month for Dresden. I am in book 6, I think, of Side Changeling. Memory of Justice? Something like that. It's the one with memory in the name anyway, after Branded by Fire. I've just finished The Hogfather. And what else was I reading? I was reading something else. I can't think. I'm sort of in that week now of going, okay, in the new year, we're starting the stairway to 2027. I'm going to read books I have to think about.
By the way, in case you haven't seen it already, which you should have if you're here, watch Derry's journaling video. It was amazing.
Yeah, we referenced it earlier, and I went through them all with Ben, all of the ones on the list. And, he was thrilled to see Shards of Honor on there. He was like, that was my mission, was to get you to read those this year. I'm like, well, it's happening.
There you go.
It's happening. And he did play a part in it because he did the video with Jake last year, comparing the Volkosken saga with Dresden. And I was like, well, you've put those in the same sentence. So, and I love Dresden. And other people have told me I will like Bujold. And this is a Bujold series. So that's like double the potential for awesomeness. So, yeah. I finished Bird Box. I can't decide my next book.
Reread. Marianne, are we going to read another Mervyn Peake together?
Read some Discworld.
That is also an option.
Can highly recommend Weird Sisters. You should totally read Weird Sisters because, seriously, the theatre and witches and hilarity, you would enjoy them. Particularly if you're into theatre. In musical theatre, it's just, do it. I have written on the wall, just as you go outside my flat, he who reads is stupid. Well, whoever wrote that that's a direct contradiction. Clearly not illiterate because they're writing. Stupid. They're dumb. I said so. Whoever wrote that, dumb. I know that's a really classy comeback, but it's true.
Watch. It's going to be Terry Pratchett.
Yeah.
No, I mean, Terry Pratchett wrote it.
He
obviously
would be more specific about what was being read.
Oh, yeah.
Because he's confused.
All right, Marianne. So, okay, I'm going to... Oh, God, let me grab it because I can't remember the name of it.
All the more reason, Tunnel, to just decide to up sticks and go and buy somewhere else. Clearly, where you live is not the right place for where you're living.
All right, Marianne, if you have Boy in Darkness and Other Stories, the Centenary edition?
Oh, God, I can't even talk now.
All right, I cannot pronounce that word. Let's read this slowly because it's a collection, and I can do one. We can do like one story a week.
So yeah. Discworld Files episodes upcoming from Britain. Yay! Despite the non-series rule. Hey, they all work as standalones.
Sure.
That's a hill I am very comfortable standing on.
Excuse me.
So you should hunt down a copy. Excellent.
I told you I read finished Game of Thrones, right?
You did not tell me you had finished Game of Thrones. I'm very happy that you have finished reading Game of Thrones.
4.5 stars. So
4.5. I'm happy with this. This is good. So are you going to go on to Clash of Kings?
got the bookmark in. I just have to I gotta get some other reads done. It'll probably take another 4 to 6 months, like Game of Thrones
That's
did.
okay.
So
it's not a race, Evie.
Because I was slowly picking away. Yeah, I was slowly picking away at Game of Thrones while I read other things. So I would read like a chapter at a time. So
that is very good. I'm very happy about that. Lots of things making me happy today. Yay.
Sansa, I will die on that hill. Sansa's the greatest chapter.
I love Sansa. You are not alone. I very much feel for Sansa. Just doing what she was brought up to be. And she has found a strength in herself. I'm a big fan of Sansa.
Yeah.
I really am. I think she's a fantastic character.
This will be a whole nother conversation, which I'm sure maybe I can get you and Bookborn in to talk about it or something. Even though I know Bookborn already has a video about like doing a defense of Sansa or whatever.
I'm happy to go again.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure I'm gonna overgeneralize here and probably not be too off the mark. That the people who appreciate even just bare minimum appreciate Sansa as a character, let alone love her, are women. Everyone that hates her.
It used to be the case, as in my anecdotal, completely, non-scientific pool of experience. Because it is such a feminine experience. And I
want to do an entire, I don't know how I would do this, but I would love to do like a chapter analysis of Sansa, the third Sansa chapter.
Oh, Mike loves Sansa. That's good.
Yay! Okay, Mike, you're one of the good ones. So I think it's the third Sansa chapter when she's going to the tourney.
Yeah.
And it's the imagery of the golden veil that she's in, because she's in the box or whatever, traveling to. And there is just such romantic imagery in that, like not romantic in the like, oh, lovey-dovey hard eyes, romantic in the capital R sense of the word. So.
Yeah, exactly. And it's again, this is the world that she's been put into. Like, this is who you are. This is your set of expectations. This is the reality we're letting you be in. Mm-hmm. And so that's what she sees. That's how she experiences the world. And because that's where you really see how she frames everything in it. Because horrific things start to happen around her, and she just continually folds it into what she knows of the experience and manages to encapsulate it within that reality. Oh, amazing. I love it. I love it so much. And Mike, I think Catelyn is interesting to read. I don't like her as a woman, purely on how she treats Jon. And she picks up on so many things and yet is completely clueless about others. And that doesn't quite work for me, because clever people tend to be clever about the things that tend to be open to information. So Catelyn's an odd one for me. But yeah, I don't like her as a character. I think she's well written, mostly. Yeah. With caveats. All right. I like Cersei's point of view. I can't wait for you to finally get to a Cersei point of view.
Sissy? Susie? What? What'd you say?
Cersei.
Oh, Cersei. Oh, I'm like,
You finally get to her point of view. Oh, I'm going to be so here for that.
Oh, so the first, okay, I'm going to spoil, the start of Game of Thrones. If you've seen the show, you already know, it doesn't matter. When there is the scene where Bran sees Jaime and Cersei, I literally made the comment in multiple discords about Game of Thrones that I thought that Cersei was being manipulated by Jaime, like sexually. And everyone's like, oh, just wait.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm sure I will change my mind. They're like, oh yeah, just read. So.
Oh yeah. I'm really looking forward to the thing with Game of Thrones is it's such a boy-dominated discussion. So it's fabulous that Bookborn's now into it and that you're into it, because girl conversations around this series are going to be focused very differently.
Yeah.
And
that's
have
why,
very different point of views. I love it.
That's why, to be frank, I know that Kyle and David want to do discussions with me on Game of Thrones now that I've read it. But yeah. I really just want to talk to some ladies that have read it, because they're good. I mean, maybe it's yeah.
And a lot of it is in the way that the audience as a whole has taken those chapters and formed an opinion without sort of checking in with some ladies and going,
how does this
is the thing? Yeah. And I love it. I think it's fantastic. And part of it too is I mean, this happens to us a lot in booktubers. You find that the big voice, the loud voice about opinion, often isn't the one of the majority.
Yeah.
You get people who are like, well, I'm not going to say anything because I'm just going to get shouted down. And and what you find often is these hot takes, they're not actually hot takes. They're just waiting for somebody with a big enough voice to hold their ground against the other big voice. And I kind of think that's the case with Sansa. A lot of people, especially as the books progress and she ages and you start to see her more fully fleshed, that you don't need necessarily to have been a young girl. You start to see it in a bigger picture and it makes more sense. But there's a lot of people who are like, okay, yeah, Sansa's not so bad. But it's always in opposition to this, Sansa.
Yeah.
Instead of going, no, Sansa's as fully realised a character as everybody else. Who is worse, Joffrey or Regal? Joffrey.
Yep, I was going to say Joffrey. I love my boy Fitz. And this is just based on one book, to be fair, also the series that I watched, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
Regal is a product of the people who have formed him. Joffrey is insane.
Sure. He's also a product of the people that formed him.
But it exists on its own. He doesn't need those people around him to continue it. It's
yeah.
He's a horrible little shit.
It's true. True story.
But yeah, I like the fact we're both so instantly. No, that's Joffrey. No hot take there. Mitch, Randall Tarley does not have the sensitive soul of a poet beneath his gruff exterior. He is, in fact, a word I'm not going to say on my own channel, despite the fact that Kiwi and I don't find it offensive.
The Carlos word?
Yeah.
But not in a good way.
No, not in this instance. Not in this instance. It's because Cersei doesn't love Joffrey in the same way she does. To be fair, I wonder if that's an age thing, because she goes there with Lancel. But anyway, we can't go too far on this one because Evie's still on Clash of Kings. So,
and I'm now horrified.
Wind it back just a little, because there's more to this. This is why I'm looking forward to when you get to her POV chapters, because being in Cersei's head is glorious. It's a fun place to be. So it really, really is. But yeah, Randall Tarley is not a nice person at all. And you will become more familiar with Randall Tarley as the story goes on, because Sam is the opposite of Joffrey. He is who he is, despite the people around him.
I love Sam. Everybody
Everybody needs a Sam, because Sams are clearly the best people. Although I did see, I don't know. And I've tried to take it to heart of, instead of everyone needs a Sam, is everyone should try and be a Sam. Oh, that's actually really nice. You want an Arthur Dwayne? I don't know if I want an Arthur Dwayne story. Dane, maybe. But no. Arthur Dane, I'm a little iffy on all of the Thinking's Guard, to be fair. And again, I'm not going to talk too much about it because we get better story to that in Clash of King. I want Sam to get jacked and wear the Giga Chad helmet from the Odyssey trailer. Hey, again, we're not going to go too far with this one because I don't want to spoil Evie on anything that's coming. No, completely outside of the show, because it doesn't do the same thing as the books. So
yeah, so that's something that I've been trying to do, is like I've been trying to forget as much of the show as I can while I'm reading. So, but like they're like, especially like with the first book, it's basically a one for
very
one.
close. The first
it's
book.
very close. So I'm like, oh, I remember watching this scene or whatever. But yeah.
I mean, the further you go, the more it kind of they become less
That's
alike.
what I heard. Yeah.
Yeah. Because you'll already have seen quite. I'm just trying to think how to phrase it. You'll have already seen things that are happening that just didn't even get mentioned in the show.
Yeah.
And you're like, hang on, didn't that person die? No. No, they didn't. So yeah, it's I don't want to, like, the show already has that in your head, so I don't want to give you any more. It's like, no, just I want you to get there on your own, and then we'll talk.
Yeah.
There's stuff to talk about. And hopefully you get to it the same way I have, where at this point, I'm fine if it doesn't ever get finished. I have had so much fun reading these books, talking about these books, imagining where I think the story could go, ways it might get places, that I'm fine. I have had more than enough money's worth out of my investment into A Song of Ice and Fire. The more, obviously, the happier I'll be, but
listen, I'm already primed and ready to love any series that has never been finished, because I've read Dune. And I refuse to acknowledge any of Brian Herbert's contributions to the series. There are 6 books in the Dune series, and that is it. There's no extended universe. Those books do not exist in my world.
Fair enough.
So yes, I knew the unfinished series before.
Fair enough. You predate the Song of Ice and Fire unhappiness. This is okay. But yeah, I'm really perfectly happy with it. I will say there is actually, that probably won't work until you get to a reread. Maybe I won't say that. I mean, I will say it now because I've said that, but anyone going through a reread maybe of A Song of Ice and Fire, I can highly recommend the YouTube channel or podcast of A History of Westeros as a channel. I
thought you were going to say Bend the Knee.
As much as I love Jimmy, Aziz and Ashaya have been fans of these books since before the TV show. That's a lie. Aziz came to it late. They have invested so many hours on this series, that their podcast /series /everything is so incredibly in depth. Aziz isn't allowed to join in quizzes of the game anymore when there are conventions. He's not allowed to join because he wins them. He knows it that to the letter.
Yeah.
They don't let him join. They occasionally ask him to write questions, but he's not allowed to join. He and Ashaya are one of the few people that George R. R. Martin has done interviews with in the last few years, purely down to the respect they give the series. So their podcast is amazing. They did a series of videos when the show was still on called Valar Reread Us, and they come to it in the assumption that you're coming to it as a reread. And they go through chapter by chapter and they look at symbolism and they look for character arcs and they look for foreshadowing and foreshadowing and all of those things as readers that we find so fascinating. And that is highly worth your time. When you've read it and you've got it, because otherwise it's full of spoilers, then highly recommend going through that with Aziz. He's amazing. He is possibly more than how I am with Hob. In that
debatable. I don't think that's possible.
You haven't encountered Aziz. He's a kind of amazing. Like I would take anything he told me about A Song of Ice and Fire as gospel. Just, yeah, okay. I believe him. It's kind of amazing. And unlike some of the theory crafters and creators out there, they stick very, very closely to the text. If it isn't supported in the text, no, we're not going there.
Yeah.
Occasionally they do a live stream and they talk about the tinfoil theories. And that's always funny because Aziz can disprove so many like that. You're like, well, actually, in Caitlin 7 or Sansa 3 or Sam, whatever, this is said, and so it can't be true. Yeah. And he can pull them out of his head.
Memory like a vice. To answer your question, Mitch, I will be watching A Night of... Well, okay, I hope to watch A Night of the Seven Kingdoms. I will not be watching it because I don't care how tall the Dunk actor is or is not. I'm already in love with this man just because he's playing Dunk of the Hunk.
Yeah.
I love Dunk so much. Derry, did you watch my video that I posted? Oh my god, guys. Evie posts a video on her channel. Oh.
Maybe. Merry Christmas, Mike. Thank you for hanging out. And
Merry Christmas.
Be safe and everything.
It was my Night of the Seven Kingdoms review.
Oh, yeah. Oh, totally watched that one. And you're right. I mean, Duck is darling. He's absolutely darling.
I love him so much.
He's such a big darling. I love him.
He is.
He's so sweet. He's such a sweet.
Himbo is not is the only like tangentially related word that I can find for him, but he's not a dummy.
He's not a dummy. He's a gentle giant.
Yeah.
And I love him. And the wonderful thing is I've known a few gentle giants. It's like they exist. These enormous men who are just giant teddy bears, they're real. And so it's really nice to see one in a book because you don't often. Often they're the monsters, they're the mountain, and you're just like, that's not how they are.
You just want to hug him.
You do.
Shut up, Mitch.
Yeah, it's not actually important, Mitch, because, hey, Gandalf and Frodo in the Lord of the Rings movies, they're not really as tall or as short as they are made to look. There's things they can do to help.
As much as Mitch, as much as women might make you want to believe that size does not matter. So
no, it really doesn't. Duncan the Tall's a badass. See, women and men look for different things. We don't care that he's a badass. We care that he's lovely.
He is honorable.
He could be a big old sook and we would still love him.
He is honorable. He is kind.
And he's oddly wise. He's
wise while also being
emotionally intelligent.
Yeah.
he might not be the brightest bulb, but he reads people pretty well. And that's a skill on its own. And I love him because he's a darling. And he looks for the best in people. And
that is all a part of honor and the romantic imagery.
But Captain can stand up to Khal Drogo.
I mean, Khal Drogo is, spoiler alert. So
yeah, Khal Drogo, not a nice person. Just saying.
He likes,
given that he was into child trafficking and slavery and abuse and like literal war crimes. So, not a nice person. Jason Momoa, handsome as all get out, and hello, doesn't make Khal Drogo nice. No, we don't like Khal Drogo. We think Jason Momoa is handsome. That's a different thing. Because Khal Drogo is not nice. No. That was something I did actually appreciate. That starts to get touched on, and I've listened to discussions around Dany and Khal Drogo's relationship, in that she behaves like a lot of women in abusive relationships, in that she romanticizes it just to live it.
The first, we're just gonna get in. You know what? I'm gonna write this down. We're gonna talk. I'm literally gonna schedule time with you and Bookborn so that we can talk about this, because excellent. I mean, hopefully you guys won't spoil stuff about like other characters, but I just want to do like Game of Thrones ladies' point of view, like
for sure.
So, but yeah, spoiler alert. I mean, TLDR version. The thing that I most vividly picked up on, amongst many other things, of course, with Dany, is obviously she is a child. In the first point of view chapter that you have of her, there are descriptions of her being a child. In every single point of view chapter, there's either reference to her being a child or the way she looks at things as being as being childish. And then in the last point of view chapter, let me actually just find it here. The god's wife thought her a child, but children grow and children learn.
Yeah.
And so
it's pretty horrific, and part of it is George having some pretty grounded things to say around war and child soldiers and the ways women get treated. And one of the things that I think didn't help the TV show is that Emilia Clarke played Dany with such empathy, because unless people had read the books, she didn't show very much of Dany's hardness, and Dany can be quite rigid. She can be very inflexible about some things, and Emilia played her much softer. Yeah. So the end of the TV show came as a shock to anyone who hadn't read the books. Anyone who read the books went, whoa, that was fast.
So, well,
but we know it's the direction she's heading down.
Well, so even having obviously only read, watched the TV shows at that point, like I could see where Dany was going.
Yeah.
It is, again, the swiftness of it. If we had, 2 to 3 more seasons of that transition, it was just like that it happened. So I don't mind where the show ended up. It's how they got there. It was way too quick, and it felt lazy and rushed.
The way I said at the time, and I will continue to say, because in my head this is what it looks like, is we were going on an exploratorily explicit journey with George R. R. Martin. We were exploring a world that was going somewhere. So we start at point A, and we've wound and wended our way through mountains and lakes and forests, and we're learning so many things about this world, and we're going to get over here eventually. That's okay. This is interesting. When George stopped driving that journey, we got on the freeway and just went to the end. And we didn't see any of the stuff that we were supposed to see on the way.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm of the firm belief that I don't care if it ends exactly the same way. It is going to be such a different journey. It will mean something else by the time we get there, if we get there with George driving. But that rushed sense of the show was really disheartening, because we didn't get time to see the part of Dany's arc where she is screaming, I will burn you. I have dragons now.
Yeah.
You know, that is part of who, because we don't see in her head in the TV show. That's the shortcoming of any visual media. We don't get to be in people's heads. We've already seen her in Game of Thrones dreaming of being a dragon.
Mm-hmm.
Of hatching, of feeling wings, of feeling her own power. And yeah.
I'm going to write that down as another thought that has popped into my head that I will discuss with them this morning. So, Sansa's romantic imagery, Golden Veil. Don't mind me, I'm just going to write
No,
this.
that's fine. I wanted to be able to get the thoughts down while you're having it.
Okay, Dany taking her power by becoming a dragon, in a sense.
Yeah.
At the same time, both in a Game of Thrones are butting up against the patriarchy
Oh, yeah.
while still I'm not going to be able to read my handwriting, just so you guys know.
That's okay. This is on camera. We can play it back if we need to.
But still be active participants and victims.
Yes.
And victims of said patriarchy.
Oh, hell yeah.
I am pretty sure that Bookborn has already talked about this in full and complete and more eloquent detail than I have in her Sansa video. But I'm gonna pretend like I, again, spoiler alert, in my Night of Seven Kingdoms video, I'm gonna pretend like my thoughts are new and unique and solely my own, because if I think about how much, like, oh, someone's probably already got this idea.
No, everybody's voice is valid, Evie. We know this because you've brought something new to the story, regardless of in what volume. Whatever you brought to it is new. But I'm going to disagree with you, Britton, because D&D were not burned out. D&D went into a Game of Thrones, and they've said it in many interviews, they went into Game of Thrones wanting to film the Red Wedding. That was their goal. They wanted to film the Red Wedding. When they got past the Red Wedding, they just had a job to do. They'd done the thing they wanted to do. They were in the running for a Star Wars movie. And Game of Thrones at this point is now a job they have no passion for. They hurried that up, despite the fact that HBO had offered them up to 3 more seasons. And they turned it down because they had a Star Wars movie in the offing. The way that Game of Thrones ended had the offer for Star Wars taken off the table.
Yep.
They burned themselves. So, just saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, yes, that is. So yeah,
That is, even I know that.
For D&D over Game of Thrones is deserved, in my opinion, because they could have done better. They should have done better, and they didn't. Anyway, that's.
Anyway, on a happier note, I'm gonna watch Firefly tomorrow. Well, start it. So
exciting.
Which has got a F in it.
It does. Don't even.
It's gotta bring it back. Gotta bring it back.
That was just such a random thing for you to have said. How did it even?
And I haven't even had that coming yet, so just saying.
That was just so fabulous. Honestly, fabulous. Oh, I'm probably
speaking of games, between my watching or maybe before or after I watch some Firefly, I may host some Jackbox on YouTube and or Discord.
Ooh, that sounds like fun.
Speaking of trivia, another callback. So
yeah, man. Oh, see, Daniel knows. The theme song for Firefly, it sounds really corny. And you'll be like, whatever. You will know the words by the end. You will know the words and you will love them. And you will see them written down and you will also go.
Next time you see me, I'm going to have like a big old like Firefly tattoo. Be like, I love this show!
I'm kind of going to be heartbroken if you don't. So, you know, just saying. That's on me, though. That's not on you. That's on me. Yes, I know, Brittany, but I wonder if it's because you're young. I'm going to play the age card. Totally going to play the age card. Because I don't agree that they're similar in any way, except for maybe music.
What?
Cowboy Bebop. A lot of people say they're comparable in terms of vibe, and no, I don't actually agree. Joss Whedon did get screwed over by the networks because I don't know. Do you know the story, Evie, of Firefly TV show?
It had one season and then they were canceled. That's it.
That is the Cliff Notes version that has been Cliff Note versioned.
Mm-hmm.
The pilot episode, which is called Serenity, just to confuse everybody, because that's what the movie's called. The pilot episode, Serenity, didn't get aired. The second episode got aired as the pilot on a Friday night at 9:30, and wasn't always aired at 9:30 on a Friday night, and wasn't aired in order. Oh, and three of them didn't get aired at all. And then they played the pilot last. And they took it off some weeks completely because of sport.
So what's on Disney Plus, is that the actual order it should be in? And does it have all the episodes that should have been aired in the order they should have been? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, so the fact that it survived to have fans into a DVD era where it exploded is in itself kind of amazing.
I will just say, Britton, I know I'm sure this is not what you were intending, but being unlucky is not an excuse for being a dick or a reason to be a dick.
That's quite true. I do hate the fact he's been cancelled just for being an asshole.
Yeah, I mean, we all have assholes. We're all assholes at some point.
Yeah.
But yeah, so
he has been really, really cancelled hard. Like, this poor bastard's been blackballed in a big way. The worst I can find anybody accusing him of being is being an asshole. And
he did not assault
people. A lot of people still working in Hollywood
that have done much worse, like assault.
Yeah, like proven by many people who are still working. So it makes me cross that Joss is the one that's been blackballed, because he at least would come up with original story ideas, just really good ones. He gave us Buffy.
Wait, isn't he I thought wasn't he doing the new Marvel? Or not Marvel, DC?
I hope he is. Oh my God, I hope he is.
Who's doing the new DC universe?
Please. Oh my God, please tell me it's Joss. Is he bouncing back? Please tell me he's bouncing back.
Hold on. Oh, it's James Gunn. Never mind. Sorry.
Okay, not quite as excited about that.
Just kidding. Sorry.
It's okay. But yeah, it just, of all of the people who have been run out of Hollywood, for it to be Joss pisses me off. And the hypocrisy about feminism is kind of, and this is going to sound really backward, but it's part of it is his age. And I say this because I'm his age. The third wave of feminism, which is weird because it has a name, is the women are so empowered that we can be sexual. It was a very strange time for feminism, okay? It was a strange time for feminism, I'll just say that. And you were allowed to be mean to women because they're people first, not women first.
Yeah.
So his assholeness thing could well just be
equal opportunity asshole.
Specific people he's had this problem with, not everybody. And I don't know him personally, so this is me saying at that point in time, the societal feeling was slightly different, and I can find room for what happened to be not terrible. So, yeah.
Anywho.
Yeah.
On a better note.
Yeah.
I'm going to watch Firefly. And it has an F in it. So
excited.
How you been going for 5 hours? Good God, Derry.
I'm literally sitting here right now. My stomach has started to growl. And I'm like, that doesn't happen. I'm normally pretty good about eating. It takes effort maintaining this shape. Okay. Spherical is a shape. I'm allowed to maintain my shape. My stomach doesn't get to the point where it growls very often. I clearly need to eat something.
Has the caca come to visit today? Has the caca come to visit today?
No, they haven't come for a couple of days, actually.
Oh.
Although I had 3 of them here the other day, which was awesome because I got like the full range. I got the baby. I say the baby. He's the same size as the grown-up. But the baby came, and I know he's the baby because he has the rings around his eyes of a certain color. He's banded, which means that he was at the sanctuary for hatching, because that's when they banned them. So, and he has mannerisms that I have since learned belong to babies. There's the adult that I'm used to, who I recognize because he's had a broken feather, and I got to know who he was and his behaviors. And now he's molted the broken feather. So now I really have to pay attention because I can't find the thing that made him stand out to be different. But he's the one that comes most often. And the third one who came was kind of new. He had 2 red bands on his feet. And so I'm pretty sure I haven't seen him before. And he was huge. Like he was a good, 4 inches taller than the other 2 birds. I was like, far out, man, you're huge. So I was like, oh my gosh. Oh. It was very cool. And while all 3 of them were there, the adult, smaller sized one actually rested his talons on my hand to steady my hand while he took the apple from me.
Oh.
He touched me. So, then I thought, that's really silly for you to be that excited. And I thought, no,
it's not.
Of his own volition. So, yeah.
That's like full on fairy tale princess territory, Derry.
I was like, oh my God, he trusts me. It was very exciting. And it just seems really strange because it's literally a bird put its foot on me.
You have been blessed by the gods, Derry.
So, yay. But anyway, I am actually going to wind this down because I'm surprised you can't hear my tummy growling, actually.
Noise canceling on the mic is good. So.
Oh, Nathan Fillion also has just started a podcast with Alan Tudyk.
Really?
With Spacemen.
Is it like one of those rewatch podcasts where they're rewatching Firefly, or are they just talking about stuff?
They're just talking about stuff as far as I'm aware, because I haven't listened, but I have them saved because I want to just chill with them. We were once we were spacemen, him and Alan Tudyk. Sorry, that just came to me as you brought that up, Britton. I was like, no, I must get that out there.
I'm looking this up. Once we were spacemen, and it's the first thing that pops up.
Well, there you go. Woohoo! So I might put that on actually and do a jigsaw.
Boop. There you go.
That sounds like fun. And I'm going to, do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to eat a bowl of custard. It's going to upset my system horribly. It's going to be unpleasant later. But I'm going to have my yearly bowl of custard.
I had Chinese food and chocolate cake. My GI tract is pissed. So
yum.
Worth it.
I'm going to do that.
Definitely worth it.
Yeah. All right.
Thank
So
you, Gary.
Thank you for coming and hanging out, Evie. And thank you for everybody in the chat who's been here. Farrell, you have been here literally even longer than everybody else because you were here an hour before I started. So have a
Merry
wonderful
Christmas, everyone. Happy holidays.
Happy New Year if I don't see you before. And please, everybody, stay safe. And we will see you next time.